Good evening, everyone. There are new strikes by the U.S. on Iran. They announced a short while ago that they are carrying out strikes in Iran for the ninth straight night. So we're here to bring you the latest updates on what is going on. Let's see here. I just saw activation of air defense systems in Konarak. Let me put some stuff on the screen for you guys here. So again, new strikes by the U.S. They just announced a short while ago carrying out more strikes tonight. You can see at the bottom there, activation of air defense systems in Konarak. That is from Mayor News. And let's see here. I'm going to pull that up. There's been some reports of explosions in the last few minutes. I believe Konarak is on the coast. Here is our map from Google Maps. And there's Iran. Konarak down here. Yeah, Konarak is here. Konarak near Chabahar, east of the Strait of Hormuz. So, unconfirmed report of activation of air defense systems in Konarak. Also, Vahid heard about got a bunch of reports about explosions in Tabriz. That was about a half hour ago that Vahid online got reports of explosions in Tabriz. So Tabriz is going to be on here. There's Tabriz. That's in northwestern Iran. Tabriz. Unconfirmed reports of explosions in Tabriz about a half an hour ago. And also here we have, yes, Press TV, which is Iran state media, also reports strikes on Tabriz. Here is what CENTCOM said for their announcement. "22 minutes ago, you can see right here, CENTCOM began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, that's 38 minutes ago, today for the ninth consecutive night. These strikes will continue degrading Iranian military capabilities used to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners transiting the Strait of Hormuz." Interestingly, there's not anything in there right now about nothing in the statement about punishing Iran for the deaths of U.S. soldiers. Yesterday, the U.S. announced 2 soldiers had been killed in Jordan on July 17th after an Iranian attack. And today they said one was missing, they said, and they found remains of a person today. Also, they announced another U.S. soldier was killed in Iraq. You can see here, this is from today. CENTCOM update on recently fallen U.S. service members. Yesterday, U.S. Central Command announced the passing of 2 U.S. service members and the missing status of one in Jordan following an Iranian attack on July 17th. After a thorough search, U.S. military personnel found unidentified remains at the location earlier today. An examination process to verify the remains is ongoing. Separately, a U.S. service member in northern Iraq was killed in action yesterday, July 18th, during a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone. A second service member was wounded and continues to receive medical treatment for a minor injury. CENTCOM is withholding information, including the identities of the missing and fallen warriors, out of respect for the families during the notification process. So condolences to the family of the person who died in Iraq and also the possible third soldier death from that attack in Jordan by Iran 2 days ago. Now I'm seeing here some unconfirmed reports of explosions. Aleph claims explosions in Karamabad, who I follow. Shin claims explosions in Mashhar. So some unconfirmed reports of new explosions right now. Look, we have some more reports of explosions here. This is from Mer News, Iran. More reports of explosions coming in. Several explosions were heard in Mashhar port. Public reports indicate that explosions were heard in the port of Mashhar. A few minutes ago, public reports indicated that several consecutive explosions were heard in the port of Mashhar. These sounds, which have been repeated several times, have been heard in parts of these areas, but the exact location and cause of their occurrence have not yet been determined. Officials have not yet made any official announcement in this regard. Additional news will be announced later. Also, several explosions were heard in Konarak, in Chabahar, which is near Konarak, where we were hearing about anti-air activity. So here is So regarding Chabahar, we heard of air defense in Konarak here. Chabahar is here. It has been attacked by the U.S. before in the past week or so, and probably before that. But that's Chabahar right there. And then Mashhar, I forget where Mashhar is. That's in Khuzestan province in the northwest. Well, in the west of Iran there. Mashhar, and there's Bandar and Mashhar. It's a port. Well, it's on the water there. You can see here. But specifically, it was said by Iranian media, state media, that Mashhar port is where explosions were heard, but it's not clear where they happened. Mashhar port. I don't know if we can find the port here. I mean, it's got to be one of these places on the water. I don't know if it comes up if I just type in Mashhar port. Oh, there's also water here. I don't know if that's really Mashhar port. It comes up, but that says that Mashhar port's a bookstore. It's not the bookstore Mashhar port. Anyways, Mashhar, somewhere near the water, I assume, we have reports of explosions. So Chabahar, Mashhar, losing track. An update here from Tasneem. Tasneem, if you look at the top there from Tasneem State Media, it says reports of explosions heard in Mashhar Port and Imam Khomeini Port. Moments ago, reports from citizens indicated that several explosions were heard in the ports of Mashhar and Imam Khomeini, both in Khuzestan province. Now, I think we looked up Imam Khomeini port earlier. There's Mashhar. There's Bandar. There's Imam. Well, when they say, you know what? Actually, I'm maybe being stupid here. Bandar, I believe, means port. So when they say explosions heard in Mashhar port, I think what they might mean is just in Bandar a Mashhar. And when they say in Imam Khomeini port, it might just be a weird translation thing where it's not translating as Bandar. So my guess is that what they're saying is that explosions are being heard in Bandar a Mashhar and Bandar Imam Khomeini, which you can both see on the map there. That would be my guess. Yeah, I mean, Bandar does mean port. So again, Deborah Allison says, any validity to reports Kuwait firing into Iran? Deborah, I saw some unconfirmed reports talking about missiles being fired from Kuwait, but when I see those kind of reports, I just assume it's U.S. firing missiles from Kuwait. So I've seen reports on other days as well, unconfirmed, that missiles are being fired from Kuwait. But when I see that, again, my assumption is that the U.S. themselves would be firing the missiles and not Kuwait. So I wouldn't assume if you see a report online that says missiles fired from Kuwait that it means Kuwait is firing the missiles and that they're Kuwaiti missiles. Now, I'll let you know, but that would be my assumption, is that it's Americans firing American missiles. So we heard of explosions in Tabriz as well. Don't forget about that. Another report here from Mayor News, Iran state media. Look at the bottom there. Several explosions heard in Chabahar and Konarak. A few minutes ago, a Mer News reporter heard the sound of several explosions in the cities of Chabahar and Konarak, located in Sistan and Baluchistan province. To this day, the exact cause of these sounds has not been determined. Meaning, like, to this minute, I think that means. Right now, up till now, these exact sounds of the exact cause of the sounds has not been determined, and contradictory news is circulating online. No officials have yet commented on this matter. The details and dimensions of this incident are under investigation, and additional news will be announced later. It does seem to me that possibly the U.S. was waiting tonight for after the World Cup. I would not at all be surprised of that. I don't know that any of these targets they're targeting, it makes a big difference if they fire an hour or two after, later or earlier. But President Trump was at the World Cup. He just left the World Cup he left the World Cup reportedly around close to 7 p.m. Eastern time. And I'm looking at the press pool report, and these strikes began at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So it's quite a coincidence to me. Look, President Trump was at the World Cup. Maybe he didn't want to take away from what was going on there. So I'm not blaming anyone or saying anything's good or bad. I'm just saying, to me, these strikes are later starting than a lot of the recent days, and I mentioned this last night. I said I wonder if they're going to not do it during the World Cup. Anyways, whatever. I can't tell for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Now, let's see here. Give me a moment here. Let's check the price of oil. Oil market is open again, guys. Here is Brent crude oil. Brent crude opened, this is tradingview.com, and Brent crude is up about 3%. It's over 90 now. It had been closed for the weekend, just opened up about 2 hours ago, opened back up. WTI crude, US crude, also up about 2.6%. And if you look at a reminder, this is the 6-month chart right here. Before the war started, Brent crude was around in the low 70s, 70, 71-ish. Then it went up during the war to as much as around 120. Then it had dropped with the memorandum of understanding and talk of a peace deal. It had dropped to about 70 or 71 just a couple of weeks ago. Well, now it is back up to around 91 right now. A quick thank you, by the way, to Grigory Gorilov. Thank you so much, Grigory Gorilov. I really appreciate it. I'll have to read your note after, Grigory. Thank you, Grigory. Also, thanks Sabra for your support. Sabra576, our member KMFJ11. I am Charlie, thank you, who says pray for Iranian people, our military, and their families. Thank you, Flexburger. Flexberger thinks Iran should expect strikes every night until they come to a deal. Thank you also to Kerry Poteet. I really appreciate Kerry Poteet and Wolfpack Outfitters. Thanks for being a member. Hey, also let's thank our moderators. Ruth and Haley Girl and Roberts May Queen are moderating right now over there on YouTube and over there on Twitch. We have moderating right now on Twitch. Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X, and over there on Facebook. We have moderating right now. Kay Lowry Body is there. Darren Charlo is there. Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks to all of our moderators over there. Also thanks to Justin D. Winters. Justin says, when I read on X that there were missiles being fired from Kuwait, I assumed also that it was the USA. That's my assumption as well. Thank you, Justin D. Winters. Also, Jan Joel for subscribing on Twitch, and Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Cassie XO for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let's get caught up with some more. Oh, and real quick, I also want to thank Kerry Poteet gave 20 people memberships. Thank you so much, Kerry. It's very kind of you, very generous of you. And also, Frankly Speaking gave 5 people memberships. Please thank Kerry Poteet and Frankly Speaking if they give you a membership, or if somebody else gives you a membership or a gift subscription. Please thank them. It's very nice of them. And thanks also Scooby-Doo and Shaggy for your support, and Hannah Love for your support as well. Thanks, Hannah Love. Okay, now let's get back to the updates. Explosions reported in multiple cities in Iran. New U.S. strikes taking place tonight, the 9th consecutive night of strikes. And let's get you the latest updates here. Oh, guys, what is this report? Hey, what is this report? What's this report? This is very interesting. Wow. This is a very interesting report here. News update coming in from Iran state media. Interesting. Hold on. Now I'm hearing 2 of myself. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Some sources report that missiles were fired at violating ships off the coast of the UAE. This is very interesting. This is Iranian state media. Now, when they say some sources, sometimes they say some sources, and it's not even clear what the sources are. And when you learn what happened after, it seems like maybe they're just saying that they did it, but they don't want to say they did it. So a lot of times when they say some sources, it turns out to be true, and they seem to be kind of letting people know they did it without admitting it at the time. So that would be quite provocative. Are they targeting ships off the coast of the UAE? I gotta post that, by the way. Iran State Media Tasneem. Some sources this could be a way of Iran saying they have done this without explicitly saying it yet. Wow, that's quite something. All right, so hold on. So there's other updates coming out, but if Iran has started firing at ships off the coast of the UAE, well, depending on how close the coast is. I mean, this could just be this. Let me take this back for a second. There's different ways to read this. So this could be Iran just saying, "Hey, we're firing at ships that are trying to get across the Strait of Hormuz," right? But Let me show you a map here. So I don't really know how to take that, but they usually don't announce it like that. They sometimes they'll say they're firing at violating ships, but usually they don't single out the UAE. And also, I'll have you point out the UAE is over here. More recently, we've been hearing about ships being attacked close to Oman, off the coast of Oman. Although the UAE is technically in here too. So anyways, I don't really know how to read that. Again, there's different ways of reading it, but and also, are they just firing warning shots, or are they actually attacking ships? And so is the announcement Iran made in Iran state media that some sources report that missiles were fired at violating ships off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. And they also said reports indicate that an explosion was heard in the UAE. Is that kind of more of the same? That doesn't sound like firing warning shots at ships that are trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, maybe it is. They usually don't announce it that way. They don't call out and they don't specify the UAE. So it's quite interesting to see them doing it, but I can't say, it could, even if they're firing, it could just be more of the warning shot firing that they've been doing. So sorry for my lack of recognition of the ambiguity initially, but it's quite, again, they usually do not mention the UAE in that kind of context. So let's let's keep an eye on that and see what more we hear about that. Oh, UKMTO said something? Hold on a second here. Is this true? All right, what is this? So the UKMTO hasn't announced anything that I've seen. Iran state media claims that the UK Maritime and Coast Guard Agency says we've received report of a fire on a ship. All right, I don't see it on their X account. Let me go to the UKMTO website and see if they're saying anything there. So has a ship been attacked? Let's see. Iran seems to be claiming that they attacked a ship. Oh, I think I have it right here. I think I have it. Is this it? When was this? Hold on. UKMTO. Okay, this is new. This is not posted yet on their X account. July 19th, UKMTO has received a report of an incident 8 nautical miles northwest of Khubzar, Oman. UKMTO have received information from a verified source that a vessel is on fire. The cause of the fire has not been verified at this time. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to UKMTO while authorities investigate. Now, I believe, I didn't even see this on their X account yet. The UKMTO, they just posted it. Breaking news, they just posted it right now. There it is right there. So a ship is on fire now. A ship is on fire, according to the UKMTO. Look at this. And this might be what the Iran is talking about here by talking about firing on a ship off the coast of the UAE. I mean, I guess this would be technically off the coast of Oman, but near the UAE. UKMTO has received report of an incident 8 nautical miles northwest of Khubzar, Oman. UKMTO have received information from military authorities that a vessel is on fire. The cause of the fire has not yet been verified at this time. So that is a report of a ship on fire, and maybe Iran has attacked another ship trying to come through the Strait of Hormuz, but they're announcing it. Again, this gets announced shortly after the U.S. announced their strikes. Now, hold on a second here. There's an alert in Israel. This is not. This is presumably from Gaza, guys. This looks like a rocket alert next to Gaza. This doesn't look like an Iran firing missiles alert at all. That's what this looks like. This is from the so far red alert map here, but again, I'm guessing this is some sort of Gaza rocket alert. Um, and I'll keep you posted on that. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. But again, that doesn't look like a missile alert from Iran at the moment, because it's, not many alerts. You'd see more alerts if it was a missile alert, and it's also right next to Gaza. Now, bear with me for a second here. So we have a lot going on here. A lot is happening. But again, there is a ship reportedly on fire off the coast of Oman. After Iran said there were reports that missiles were fired at violating ships off the coast of the UAE. Okay, give me a moment here. When I get more, I'll let you know. I got to check some things. Bear with me, please. Thanks for your patience. Oh, hey guys, breaking news. Breaking news. Hold on, we have an alert update from the U.S. Embassy. Bahrain alert. U.S. Embassy in Bahrain. They say, hold on, give me a moment here. Let me get this up on the screen here. Sorry, here it is. The U.S. Embassy in Bahrain, in Manama, has information to suggest that Iran may target unspecified locations in central Manama. That's the capital of Bahrain. We urge all Americans to remain vigilant, follow local authorities' instructions, and review the latest guidance from the U.S. Embassy. Warns that give me one sec here. Give me one moment. So again, this is a security alert. It came out 19 minutes ago. Bahrain. Manama is the capital of Bahrain. The U.S. Embassy has information to suggest Iran may seek to target unspecified locations in central Manama, the capital of Bahrain. We urge all Americans to remain vigilant, follow local authorities' instructions, and review the latest guidance from the U.S. Embassy. Wow. Manama is the capital, and is it Manama? I might be pronouncing it wrong. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Let me just see here. I'm not going to get hung up on that at the moment, though. Let's see here. It's Manama. Let's see. Hold on. Manama. I think it's Manama. Okay, anyways. Sorry about my bad pronunciation. Okay, let's keep updates here. A lot going on right now. Report of a ship on fire. And as we mentioned to you, in the southern Strait of Hormuz, Iran's state media saying missiles have been fired at ships violating ships off the coast of the UAE. Multiple explosions reported in different cities in Iran. Three explosions heard in Jask. Hold on a second here. Let's show you this. Look at this. Look at the bottom update there from Iran State Media on the bottom. At least 3 explosions heard in Jask, Iran. Local sources report at least 3 explosions heard in the city of Jask, located in southern Iran in Hormozgan province. There is still no exact information about the origin and cause of these sounds, and official authorities have not yet responded to the incident. The situation in the area is under investigation. Additional details regarding this event and its possible damages will be announced later. I'll show you where Jask is. That is on, I think that's east of the Strait of Hormuz, if I have that right, but not by far. Yeah, Bandar-e-Jask, right there. Bandar-e-Jask. This is the Strait of Hormuz here. All right, give me a moment. Iran state media Iran state TV reports explosions heard in Sirik and Bushehr. 2 explosions were heard in Bushehr province near Hormuz, and several explosions heard around Sirik. So 2 explosions near Hormuz and several explosions from around Sirik. That is from Iran State TV. And let me show you here. So Sirik is going to be over here. That is frequently we hear about Sirik being targeted when the U.S. is conducting strikes. That's on this on the coast next to the Strait of Hormuz. And then Hormuz, I think, was the other one. That's going to be in Bushehr province. Bushehr province is up here. Now, where is Hormuz? Let's see. I'm not sure if the spelling is the same. There it is, Hormuz. Hormuz is there. So explosions, 2 explosions here heard near Hormuz in Bushehr province, which is kind of close to the coast there near the Persian Gulf. Also, Iran State TV has a similar report to Mer News. Iran State TV says some sources report missile firing at offending ships off the coast of the UAE. Okay, it looks like the U.S. is also launching missiles at, it looks like Iran is also launching missiles or drones at Kuwait. As you can see at the bottom there, it says local sources reported hearing multiple explosions at U.S. bases in Kuwait. That is the kind of thing that Iran media might report if they had fired missiles or drones at Kuwait. So that is from Far State Media. You can see up here, Far State Media talks about explosions heard in Sirik and Hormuz. They also say, Arab media reports powerful explosions have heard in the UAE. I don't know if the US, if Iran has launched strikes at the UAE. It's very possible. I'll have to check and see what we're hearing. Also, reports of explosions heard in Kanarak. Hold on. Kanarak and Chabahar. So all these different cities in Iran reporting reports of explosions. And update, another explosion report here. We already read the one at the top there from Mayor News about Jask. If you look at the bottom, it says several explosions were heard in the Dashti district of Bushehr province. A few minutes ago, several explosions were heard in Dashti County. No official comment has been made on this matter yet. And we have, if I can, I have to figure out how do you spell that. I forget, the spelling is different on Google Maps. Oh, maybe the spelling is correct there. Dashti. All right. Well, anyways, I might have been wrong about that. Dashti is right near the coast there. That's Dashti province, which is south of Bushehr, but right near the coast, near the Persian Gulf. Reports of explosions in Dashti County there. You can see right there, that is Dashti County. All right, there's a lot going on here. And a ship is on fire off the coast of Oman. There's a lot happening. A lot is happening. A quick thank you. Louis R. gave 50 memberships. That's very generous of you, Louis R. Thanks so much for all your support. Please thank Louis R. if you got a membership from Louis. That's very, very kind of Louis. Thank you, Louis. Also, thank you to Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you, Knox Corvus, for your support. Thanks, Beam Me Up, for the memberships. Thanks, Kim K. Carter, for the membership. Thanks also to Andy and Austin for your support over there on Twitch, and Jan Joel as well. Bringing you the latest updates here. There's a lot going on. There is a lot happening. Explosions in different parts of Iran. A ship on fire off the coast of Oman. Unconfirmed reports from Iranian media of explosions in Kuwait and Saudi and UAE. Also, the U.S. Embassy in Manama, Bahrain, says the U.S. Embassy has information to suggest that Iran may seek to target unspecified locations in central Manama, the capital of Bahrain. Security alert. Remember, a couple days ago, Iran said that if the U.S. kept attacking what they called civilian infrastructure targets like bridges, Iran said that they were going to start to go after, they've said a couple things, but they said they were going to start to go after countries that cooperate with the U.S. They're going to start to go after non-military targets. They talked about going after businesses, for example, non-military targets, companies. I'd have to look at the statements, but they have definitely said that they were going to expand their targeting to non-military targets in countries that they feel are helping the U.S. Now, Iran is claiming 4 massive explosions in the UAE. They're claiming this. Iran state media. Now, I haven't heard any reports about that myself. Give me a moment. This is a report from Iran state media mayor. And I don't know if this is true. They say at the bottom there, 4 massive explosions occur in Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Is that true? I don't know. This is Iran state media mayor. So we'll have to see if we're hearing about explosions in the UAE from other sources. Did the UAE issue any alerts yet? Let's see. Ministry of Defense. Nothing on the UAE Ministry of Defense feed right now. I don't see any alerts issued there. Also, National Emergency Crisis Account UAE. Nothing there yet. Nothing there yet. Okay. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Oh, update from Iranian state media IRNA. New wave of Iranian missiles fired from Loristan towards enemy targets. Now that was I just saw that was about 22 minutes ago. That was about 22 minutes ago. Iran state media IRNA said new wave of Iranian missiles fired from Loristan towards enemy targets. It's interesting because I feel like a lot of times the Iran state media doesn't say stuff like that. They don't make those kind of announcements. So it's interesting to see them announcing that. Again, Iran state media is reporting explosions in the UAE, but I don't know, I can't confirm that right now. I don't have independent confirmation about that. We'll have to see what we hear. Also, I do want to point out that, again, there was this kind of odd post, which I don't usually see this kind of post in Iranian state media, where they talked about firing at multiple ships off the coast of the UAE. And right after that, we heard about a ship on fire off the coast of Oman. Yeah, here is again. Look at Tasneem here right at the top there. That top report there from Tasneem State Media about a half an hour ago just struck me as odd. Some sources report that missiles were fired at violating ships off the coast of the UAE. So might we hear about more ships that have been attacked tonight? That I don't know. Oh, I got to get the clock back on the screen. It is currently 3:47 a.m. Iran time. 3:47 a.m. Iran time. Also, the vessel that's on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has in the last few weeks attacked numerous ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but we don't always hear about that they're on fire. So I don't know, this ship that was apparently attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, in the southern Strait of Hormuz right here, what is the nature of that attack? How damaged is the ship? Is it a small fire? Is the ship at risk of sinking? What is the ship? We don't know, but again, that was just reported a few minutes ago by UKMTO, a vessel on fire in the southern Strait of Hormuz. I don't know what flag the ship was flying. I have no update on the ship itself. Oh, hey guys, the IDF says it was a false identification. IDF says the alerts the rocket alerts that sounded near Gaza were a false alarm. That was a false alarm. Okay? Just so you know. IDF. The rocket sirens a short while ago near Gaza were a false alarm. They said a false identification. Okay, so that's an update on that. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So we have heard about explosions in a number of cities in Iran. Jask, where else? Sirik, Dashti County, Mashar, Bandar Mashar, Bandar Imam Khomeini. I'm just going over these. Tabriz. In different parts of the country, we've been hearing about these reports of explosions. Also, I will say about a half hour ago, Tasnim Iran media claimed new explosions in Bahrain. So waiting to hear more about possible Iranian attacks elsewhere. If you're wondering about oil, Brent crude today is up about 2.5%. The market opened about 2.5 hours ago after being closed for the weekend. That is the one-day chart. There's the one-day chart right there. But it's up back up to 90. A couple weeks ago, it had gotten down to about 70. Now it's back up to the low 90s. It's been rising recently. So we'll keep an eye on the oil price as well. That chart is from tradingview.com, tradingview.com. And to repeat, Iranian state media Mer claimed that there were 4 massive explosions in the UAE in Ras Al Khaimah, but I haven't heard reporting about that anywhere else. I have no idea. There's no alerts I'm aware of in the UAE, so we'll have to wait and see what we hear. Shin claims that there was a new explosion in Chabahar just now. We'll see if we hear anything more about that. And these strikes just started at 7 p.m. Eastern, the new U.S. strikes. Hold on a second here. No, that's nothing. It is 3:53 a.m. Iran time. We have new U.S. strikes. We have a ship on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Our viewer Brad thinks a ground invasion is coming. There has been reporting suggesting that President Trump is considering escalating the war. Look at this here from the Washington Post today. One U.S. official familiar with the internal administration discussions said the U.S. is planning for a wider war, adding that the Pentagon was increasing the number of military aircraft in the region. But the official cautioned that the expansion of U.S. operations will be limited by dwindling stockpiles of air defense and long-range munitions and constraints on the ability to surge more troops and aircraft into the area because of battle damage. Again, I can't confirm this. The officials said, we do not have enough to safely sustain operations, and I don't think the White House is aware of that. So I don't know if that's true or false. That's from the Washington Post. Military experts have said that in addition to the toll taken on U.S. equipment and munition stocks, the U.S. is unprepared for possible ground operations inside Iran that Trump last week refused to rule out. Seth Jones from the Center of Strategic and International Studies said, I think it would be a mistake to put ground forces anywhere in islands in the Strait or onshore. He said, I don't think U.S. forces are prepared for standoff strikes from Iranians. What he means is if you put ground troops on islands in the Persian Gulf or in the Strait of Hormuz, for example, or you put them on the coast of Iran, Iran could fire on those troops from far away. That's what he means by standoff strikes, launching missiles from far away. Or I guess rockets as well. But standoff strikes is from far away. Oh, also, yeah, so I see some different definitions here of standoff weapons. Well, the standoff weapons. One weapon on Gemini AI is a standoff strike is a military attack launched from a safe distance. Safe distance for the attacking forces. Anyways. All right, give me a moment here. Let's get the latest on what's happening here. So we'll have to see if, is some kind of escalation from the U.S. coming. What could shape, there's been talk from different reports of possibly the U.S. attacking Iranian energy sites, of the U.S. Possibly trying to take islands in the Persian Gulf or Strait of Hormuz or Gulf of Oman or coastal territory from Iran with troops. Talk of possibly the U.S. attacking Pickaxe Mountain, a developing nuclear site in Iran. So I don't know if any of those things are going to happen. Now this is, what is this? All right, hold on a second. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Oh, Vahid Online reports explosions reported in Hormuz, he said. And Chabahar. Okay, sorry. Explosions in Chabahar. About 7 minutes ago, according to Vahid, a bunch of people reported an explosion in Chabahar. Oh, also, interestingly, it looks like about a half an hour ago, someone reported to Vahid air defense in Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, which is where Iranian media claimed there were explosions. But again, Vahid is saying he heard reports about 7 minutes ago of an explosion in Chabahar, another one. And that is, hang on a moment here. Oh, I guess Trump was talking at, I don't think I had access to that, by the way. Yeah, that was the pool feed. So I don't think Trump, I guess, answered some questions at Joint Base Andrews. One of our viewers just mentioned this. I didn't even notice it until right now, but I don't believe I have the rights to that because it's pool footage. But I don't know if I'll try to get some information on what he said. Sorry, there's a lot going on. I don't think the White House ran it either. No, they did not. So I'll try to, I think the travel pool might post about it shortly. So I'll try to get the report from the travel pool about it. Hang on. President Trump has not posted yet about the Iran situation in a couple days. Not since before the deaths were announced. 12 minutes ago, this is not about Iran here. And then that's not about around 6 hours ago. And that's not about around 10 hours ago. And then that's 12 hours ago. And then we can just go back. I'm going back through, but then unless I missed something, let's see, there's a bunch of photos posted. I mean, 12 hours ago, he said Republicans should add Iran to the Russian sanctions bill. That's what Lindsey wanted to do, and it was going to happen important. I mean, that's a thing about sanctions. But I don't think he's posted about the Iranian attack on the base in Jordan. Now, maybe he just said something about it. Again, I didn't watch it, so I'll try to get the. Actually, I can probably go back and check it out here, but I don't want to not get you updates. Give me a second. I think I can probably go back and see myself. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I'm seeing him right now. They cut to him for about a minute. I'm looking right now at Trump speaking about 15 minutes ago or something. He says, we're proud of our country. Oh, he's talking about the World Cup. All right, say we're congratulating people who worked on the World Cup. This is him at Joint Base Andrews a few minutes ago. He's saying he's happy the World Cup did so well. He's just, so far, I'm watching his comments at Joint Base Andrews, and he's talking all about the World Cup so far. He was asked a question about the World Cup. He's still talking about the World Cup. Still talking about the World Cup. Hang on. Let's see. All right, he was asked about the people who died, the 3 soldiers who died in Jordan. He says, we feel very badly. He said those great people were out there fighting. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran's been very badly damaged. They've got very little. They've lost almost everything. They've got some missiles. We control the strait. They've got some drones. We'll see what happens. He says, we hit them very hard again tonight, and we did that in honor of the probably 3 people who were killed. And I'm just saying, again, he was just speaking about 15 minutes ago, and I was just watching the replay of him speaking. Now he's talking about, and he's talking about China there. So again, I don't think the reports, the remarks went on that much longer. I'm just keeping an eye here to see if he said anything else about Iran a few minutes ago. Pretty brief comments on Iran that I just saw. All right, hold on. I'm trying to. Shin says explosions heard in Takhab suburbs, West Azerbaijan province, Iran. I'll have to check up on that. Let me see. He said, oh, hold on. Hold on one second. Yeah, he's been asking. People are asking him some other. We're asking him some other questions at Joint Base Andrews, not on Iran. I haven't seen him say anything more on Iran. I've been watching here, him speaking a few minutes ago. Um, Looking for more updates about Iran right now. Hold on. Oh, okay. He was asked. I think. Hold on. He was asked at Joint Base Andrews. Okay, so somebody asked him about how at the start of the war he said it would be 4 or 5 weeks long. He says it's a far bigger job that we're doing. It's not a little job. He says it's not the same thing we're doing now. He says now we're just ending it. He said originally we were doing a little job. We were stopping them from having a certain capability. But now this is a far bigger job. We're just ending it. That was his response to the question of you said earlier it would be 4 to 5 weeks. He says it's really not the same thing. So what he said is after 1.5 or 2 weeks, we stop them probably from having a nuclear weapon, but I don't want the word probably. So, and then he ended the questions. So he was asked, why did you say about saying it would be 4 to 5 weeks when he started, or 5 to 6 weeks, whatever it was. And his answer was that we were trying to do something different at the start of the war than we're trying to do now. That's what he says. That was his claim. And that we were trying to restrict them from having a certain capability then, and now we just want to end it. So his claim is that the goal of the war has changed since the start of the war. That's what he says. I mean, I can't confirm that. Okay. So that's the basics of what he said. If I can get a transcript, I'll show you the transcript of what he said. But I just watched the Q&A myself, so I could relate to you what happened. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks, El Anna from Canada. That's really generous of you, El Anna. El Anna says, to the brave women and men serving in the U.S. military in every capacity, please stay safe, standing strength and protection. I support you. I hold you in my heart and I'm deeply grateful for your courage and sacrifice. Thank you so much, El Anna from Canada. I very much appreciate that. Also, Alex Soto. Thank you, Alex. And SoCal Now for the gift memberships. Thanks, SoCal Now. SKU 32956. Thank you. Sabra, thanks for the gift membership. Sandy, thanks for being a member. And let's get you more updates here. Also, Big Dog Gaming on Twitch and Chloe Brent Licht on Twitch, and Justin D. Winters on Twitch. Justin says, last month it seemed to be winding down, and now it's the most active and destructive time in the war, in my opinion. That's what Justin says. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here. Let me check for updates. I haven't heard about a lot of new explosions in the last 20 minutes or so. So we've been a number of explosions heard in Iran from Iran media reports and other reports since the start of the strikes tonight. Dashti County in Bushehr, for example, there's Dashti County, Sirik here. Also, I believe both Chabahar and Kanarak reports of explosions. If I believe they said Kanarak too. Chabahar. Also, Bandar Imam Khomeini and Bandar Mashar, both of those. Also, Tabriz, which is up here in the northwest, reports of explosions there. So a bunch of different locations tonight, possibly others as well that I'm forgetting or didn't see. And also, waiting to hear more about this, a ship on fire. According to the UK MTO, a ship in the southern Strait of Hormuz that a vessel is on fire. That's after Iran state media claimed that what was the exact quote from Iran state media? They said, some sources report, Tasnim said, some sources report that missiles were fired at violating ships off the coast of the UAE. Now, this isn't exactly off the coast of the UAE, but the UAE is close to here. So I don't know if they're talking about that or other ships or what. Also, so we have that, and the U.S. Embassy in Bahrain put out an alert saying that the U.S. Embassy has information to suggest that Iran may seek to target unspecified locations in the capital of Bahrain, in central Manama. Manama is the capital of Bahrain. That is a security alert put out by the U.S. Embassy there. It is also possible Iran has been reporting about explosions in places like Kuwait and the UAE. It's possible in Bahrain. It's possible Iran has been conducting strikes in these places and that those places have been shooting down Iranian drones and missiles. We don't know right now. We have an update. Karamouj attack. Oh, and some power outages there in Koramouj. Look at this, guys. This is from Tasnim. First of all, you can see up here it says, State Television Report, 13 minutes ago, State Television Report, sounds of 3 explosions heard from the west of Tabriz. That's from Tasnim State Media. Then they say a region in Dashtistan County came under attack by the American enemy. A reliable source speaking to a Tasnim reporter in Dashtistan stated a region in Koramouj, Dashtistan County, was targeted by an attack from the American enemy. This attack has caused power outages in some areas of Koramouj. So we need to look and see where that is. That's a new report from Tasnim Iranian state media. Now, are they talking about Karamabad? Let me just make sense. Sometimes the spellings are different in the state media and then on the maps. Give me a moment. Oh, now they're saying, hold on. I think it might be, is it in Bushehr County? Possibly, or Bushehr Province? I don't think it's Karamabad. I think it's something else. I got it. I think I got it. I think they might be talking about Koramouj. Let me just look up Dashtistan County. Trying to find this on the map for you. They say some power outages happening. I got it. It's in Bushehr. Okay, so there is, well, no, we want Dash Testan Bushehr province. Why does it say that? Oh, we want Dash Testan County. Ah, that's oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at. Dash Testan County is here, near the off the coast of the Persian Gulf there, and there is a. Is there a Hormuz in there? Because I think that's what it's talking about. I think that's it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Um, so it's a little confusing there, but a region in Dash Testan County, Khoramuj, which may be Hormuz, I'm not sure, according to Iran state media, has some power out after a U.S. attack. You could look at the bottom there. This attack has caused power outages in some areas of Khoramuj. Right, give me a moment. Just give me 2 seconds here. Iran state media. Tasneem. They say a region in Khoramuj, Dash Testan County was targeted by an attack from the American enemy. This attack has caused power outages in some areas of Khoramuj. I don't know what was attacked. I don't know if electrical infrastructure was attacked or not. New explosion reports right now. This is from IRNA, Iran state media. Explosions were heard in parts of Mashhar and Bandar Imam. Oh, I think this is from before, though. They just posted this, although this could be new, but they just posted this. But we heard earlier reports of Bandar Mashhar and Bandar Imam Khomeini. So it sounds like maybe this is the same report about the same explosions, a different report about the same explosions. On Monday morning, a sound similar to an explosion was heard in parts of Bandar Mashhar and Bandar Imam. Official sources have not yet commented on the source of this sound. IRNA reporters are conducting field investigations and monitoring the issue in real time. One of our viewers shockingly believes that near Hormuz is one of the IRGC's big underground ballistic missile bases and it's been targeted many times. I cannot confirm that. That's what shockingly says. Thank you, shockingly, for writing in. Again, I'm not sure that Hormuz was the Hormuz they were talking about. That I am not sure. I will say in an article by the Alma Research and Education Center that I see here from March, they talk about how there is a Hormuz ballistic missile base. Let me show you. I'll give you a link if you want to read the report here. I think there's a video or something. I'm not going to read it all now. This is from the Alma Research and Education Center. They say Iran's rapid-fire ballistic missile base. They say that the ballistic missile base outside Hormuz continues to pose a threat to Gulf Arab states and U.S. forces across the Gulf until the missile silos and Iranian forces operating them are neutralized. It looks like a video there. I don't have the rights to the video, but at the same time, if you want to watch it, I'll post a link to that article and you can check it out. I do not know if that was a target tonight, that apparent missile base there. Update from Iran State TV. Iran State TV says that the area under attack in Syriac Iran is an area that has been attacked in previous days. And state TV claims that the enemy is trying to cut off Iran's intelligence access to the Strait of Hormuz by attacking Syriac. Let me say that again. Iran state TV claims that the U.S. is trying to cut off Iran's intelligence access to the Strait of Hormuz by attacking Syriac. Syriac is a city on the coast next to the Strait of Hormuz. Here, let me show you this. Fars posted about it as well. So see this right here? It says, report from Syriac, Iranian state television, the area under attack has been targeted in previous days in Syriac. The enemy is attempting to disrupt Iran's intelligence gathering in the Strait of Hormuz by attacking Syriac. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene just posted. This is what she said about the attacks going on tonight. If you see it right here, she says she posted the Central Command U.S. CENTCOM announcement that the attacks were happening tonight. And she said, our military has been degraded to the Strait of Hormuz police because Trump is controlled by Miriam Adelson in Israel. What happened to make America great again? Everyone hates this, she said. So she is not in favor of this. Anyways, I just saw that. Austin says she's Marjorie Trader Greene, Austin Batman says. Anyways, she posted that 2 minutes ago. Hang on a minute. Appreciate everybody being here for our live coverage. I'm interested in finding out more if Iran has conducted more strikes on other countries like Kuwait and the UAE. You know, the Iran state media was talking about explosions in the UAE and ships being fired at off the coast of the UAE, but I don't know what's happened there. I haven't really heard much information at all. So I'll keep an eye on the hearing about on updates from other countries as well. I really appreciate people being here for this stream. I do want to say thanks again to our moderators who are here. We have Haley Girl and Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube moderating right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Also on Twitch, we have Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Big thanks. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, and Andrea Holder, Darren Charlo, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, thanks so much. Also, thanks to Not Kneelock for your support. Thank you, Not Kneelock. I appreciate it. Also, Dylan Persian. Thanks for your support, Dylan Persian. Shlomo Ishtov, thanks for being a member. Axe Forever, thanks for being a member for 50 months. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Thanks to Just Facts for your support. Just Facts thinks the Saudi Arabia-Pakistan Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement will deter Iran from attacking Saudi Arabia again. That's what Just Facts thinks. Thanks also to Stupid Thing for the memberships. Thank you, Stupid Thing, and for being a member. Jennifer Smith. Jennifer Smith says, at the beginning, Trump tried negotiations. Thank you, Jennifer Smith. Thanks, Goxbirds, for being a member. Thanks, Alex Soto, for your support as well. Did I thank SoCal Now for the memberships? I think I did, but thank you. Also, thanks to John Thomas Masson for watching, and also Big Dog Gaming for your support over there on Twitch. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here about what is going on. It is currently, the time is 4:26 a.m. Iran time. Now I don't know. I think these are from before. I think this is not new report here. Yeah, so right now it's 4:26 Iran time. If you look at the bottom there, Iran Media Irna says, State Media Irna says there were explosions heard in Jask and Sirik between 2:20 and 2:40 a.m. Monday. That's about 2 hours ago. This popular report did not report any damage to civilian areas or to residential and commercial infrastructure. Still waiting to hear more. These strikes started late tonight, relatively late compared to other nights recently. The strike started at 7 a.m. 7 p.m. Eastern time, which would be 2:30 a.m. Iran time. I'm not sure. I personally think maybe they were waiting till after the World Cup to start the strikes, but who knows? Patrick DeHaan, who is known as Gas Buddy Guy, who specializes in gas prices, reporting on those, he posted and said, Brent crude oil is up around 3%, reaching around $90 a barrel, while WTI crude is up around 2% to nearly $85 a barrel. RBOB up 5 cents a gallon. National average gas price, he thinks, will hit $4 a gallon either tomorrow or Tuesday, likely to see increases ahead for most states. RBOB is a gas futures index. Gemini says moves in the RBOB market show up at retail gas pumps within a matter of days. I think I might have the RBOB listed here. Do I? Yes. RBOB gasoline futures. That's from tradingview.com. It's Gemini says it's the benchmark wholesale gasoline futures contract. So you can look at that as a sign of what's to come for gas prices. It says, in addition to looking at oil as well, this says that RBOB is up 1.5% on the day. To give you here's the 1 month. That's the 1 month RBOB. It was at 280 about a month ago, or 278. Now it's at 324. There's 6 months. Going up during the war, then going down, but then going back up in the last couple weeks. All right, give me a moment here. In case you didn't see it, I do want to mention again this announcement today from CENTCOM about it appears that 4 U.S. soldiers have been killed in the last 2 days in the war. Yesterday, U.S. CENTCOM announced the passing of 2 U.S. service members and the missing status of one in Jordan following an Iranian attack on July 17th. After a thorough search, U.S. military personnel found unidentified remains at the location earlier today. An examination process to verify the remains is ongoing. Separately, a U.S. service member in northern Iraq was killed in action yesterday during a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone. A second service member was wounded and continues to receive medical treatment for a minor injury. CENTCOM is withholding information, including the identities of missing and fallen warriors, out of respect for the families during the notification process. Sharkbite, our viewer, says 4 too many. And condolences to the families of these fallen soldiers. What is this? Hold on a moment here. Dicon says, seems like we, the U.S., just blew up a bunch of stuff, now taking a break or something. I haven't heard about new explosions the last few minutes. But I'll let you know what I hear. You know, I don't know with these strikes, are they going to go on for hours and hours or not? There weren't that many strikes last night. I think we've probably already had more strikes tonight that we've heard about than all the ones last night that we heard about. I think we already had more. Just Joanne mentioned that about 20 minutes ago, OSINT Technical said that flights into Kuwait were holding, as apparently there was some sort of Iranian attack in Kuwait. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty frequent occurrence when in these countries like Kuwait, if there's like a drone or missile attack from Iran, flights will hold up. I'll look right now and see what's going on. See what I can see. I don't know what I'll see. That plane is being tracked by a lot of people, but it's currently not. That's not where it is. It's not. Black means it's not being actively tracked. So I don't really know what's going on with that plane. I don't know if planes have their transponders off, because a number of these planes, that's heading to Kuwait City, but that's not being live tracked. That's heading to Kuwait City, but that's not being live tracked anymore. So I wonder if for whatever reason a bunch of these planes shut off. That plane's heading to Kuwait City, but it's not being live tracked anymore. Black line means there's no active tracking going on. So it looks like maybe these planes all shut off their They're tracking the ones heading to Kuwait City. That's still heading to Kuwait City though, and that one's being tracked. So, and this one as well. So, I don't know. That says Amman to Basra, and that also is looks like they shut off their transponder as well. You can go to flightradar24.com to check all that out. President Trump posted a half an hour ago. It was not about the war in Iran. I don't think he has posted yet about what happened at the base in Jordan, the Iranian attack on the base in Jordan. Anyways, President Trump said a half an hour ago, wonderful news. I have just been informed that Giant Eagle, a great American grocery company, will be lowering prices by a lot across more than 300 products this summer through Labor Day to help hardworking American families. Giant Eagle, like Walmart, is stepping up in a big and bold way to answer my call to lower costs for working families. We will continue to bring prices down, just like oil, gas, eggs, and prescription drugs, all of which are dropping fast after the disaster we inherited from sleepy Joe Biden. Other grocery chains must immediately follow the lead of these absolute patriots at Giant Eagle and Walmart. Together we will make America stronger and more affordable than ever before, and get rid of the stench and inflation perpetrated on us by the Democrats and sleepy Joe Biden administration, President Donald J. Trump. Okay, anyways, that is what he said. All right, give me a moment here. Current time 4:38 Iran time. Waiting to get more information to you from the Middle East. Oh, I do want to mention this in case you missed it about Kuwait. Kuwait said that today Iran attacked one of their power and water desalination plants for the second time in 2 days. So Kuwait gets about 90% of its water from taking the salt out of salt water, desalination. Most of that is from, as I understand it, 8 major desalination plants. Iran, in the last 3 days, has attacked, I believe, 2 of those 8 major desalination plants, which are also, some of them, I think maybe all of them, but I'm not sure, but some of them are power plants as well. Here is what the Kuwait Ministry of Energy said. Kuwait Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy said earlier today, power and water desalination plant attacked. The Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy announces that, as a result of the heinous Iranian aggression against the state of Kuwait, the power and water desalination plant was attacked, the same one for the second time in 2 days, resulting in a fire in some of the plant's facilities. This affected a large number of electricity generation units, necessitating the activation of emergency plans and immediate action to mitigate its effects and maintain the stability of the electrical grid. The General Fire Forces teams immediately responded to the incident and are working to control and extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, the ministry's technical and emergency teams, in coordination with the security authorities, have begun implementing the necessary technical and precautionary measures to secure the plant, assess the damage, and work to restore the affected units to service as quickly as possible while adhering to the highest safety standards. So that was several hours ago from Kuwait. So I'm looking at Gemini. Gemini says with these combination power plants and desalination plants, they say when a thermal power plant burns fuel to spin turbines and produce electricity, a vast amount of waste heat is produced. And traditional thermal desalination techniques work by boiling seawater and condensing the steam into fresh water, which requires massive amounts of heat. Because Kuwait simultaneously experiences high electricity demand, especially for summer air conditioning, and high water demand, combining these two vital utility networks ensures both critical infrastructure needs are met together at scale. Also, desalination plants must sit right on the coast to draw in millions of gallons of seawater per day. Power plants also require vast quantities of seawater for cooling their condensers. So the Gemini says there's economic benefits to combining power plants and desalination plants into a single facility. There are a number of these in Kuwait. As I mentioned, two of these have been attacked in Kuwait in the last 3 days, and one of those has been attacked twice by Iran. All right, hang on a moment. I need 1 second here. What is the hold on a second here. Is this it? Let's see. Let's try this. Bloomberg pointed out that President Trump has been silent on his Iran plans recently. And Bloomberg says it's not clear where Trump is going, whether he'll want to escalate or not. By the way, the U.S. is reportedly moving more refueling planes to the Middle East. The New York Times reported that the U.S. is sending more Air Force F-16 fighter jets from Germany and F-35 jets from Britain to the Middle East. They say that's a sign that the Trump administration could soon escalate the strikes against Iran. That comes after reports that the U.S. has been sending recently more aerial refueling aircraft to the Middle East. The shell dose says still shaping the battlefield. Breaking news. The Revolutionary Guard claims that 2 oil tankers that intended to transit the unsafe Strait of Hormuz have been blown up. That is from the Revolutionary Guard of Iran. I'm going to show you the statement here. This just in. 2, they say, not 1, 2. Oops. IRGC, 2 oil tankers that intended to transit the unsafe Strait of Hormuz have been blown up. Okay, hold on a moment. Oh, now it says have exploded. Last night, 2 oil tankers that, under the investigation and coercion of the U.S. child killing army, were attempting to enter and exit the dangerous and accident-prone southern route of the Strait of Hormuz, exploded and were prevented from moving, they say. Now, we'll have to see. We already heard a report of a ship on fire in the Strait about an hour ago from the UKMTO. Now, I believe a few days ago, I think Iran said something like this, and I don't know if we heard about ships that had been hit. So they're saying something like this again. They say this is our territory, and the intervention of the U.S. terrorist army from thousands of kilometers away has no legal basis and will be dealt with decisively. As long as the U.S.'s evil actions continue in the region, this route is not safe for the passage of chemical fertilizers or even a single drop of oil and gas. The aggressor army should be prepared for retaliation for this illegal transgression. So they're claiming this. I don't know if this is true. This is from Fars state media. Fars Iranian state media, by the way, just to clarify. So we'll see what we hear. Again, there is a report from UKMTO that a ship in the southern Strait of Hormuz is on fire, which could be one of the 2 ships they're talking about. So we'll see if there's a report of a second ship on fire or a second ship that's been attacked. And they said late last night, which remember it's 4:50 a.m. there. So by late last night you're talking about, it's just the sun's coming up there. So sometime in the last several hours, I guess, sometime in the last 5, 6 hours, I guess, they're saying. I don't think it's sunrise exactly, but it's close. So there should be light there now at this point. So we'll have to see what we hear more. Again, I don't know if that's true. They say it's oil tankers. Oil tankers. So that would be civilian ships. If you missed it, this is the report that came out from the UKMTO about an hour or so ago, where they have a ship in the southern Strait of Hormuz and they say it's on fire. I don't know if this ship is leaking oil or not. Thanks so much to Tubor Glugaculos. Tubor Gculos. Thanks for being a member. Thank you also, Shaft, for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Shaft. Thank you. Thanks, Travis Becker, who thinks oil will be 100 to 120 by tomorrow morning. That'd be a big gain. Thank you, Travis Becker. Thanks also, Crypto King, and thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. I appreciate that. Thanks a little bits for the membership. Brent crude oil right now, that's from tradingview.com. It's at 90.15, $90.15, up 2% on the day. And waiting to get more information, that ship that's on fire, according to UKMTO, what is that ship that's on fire, and what happened with that ship? Here is the same post from via Tasneem from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Has the logo of the Revolutionary Guard too. There you go. 2 oil tankers intending to transit through the unsafe Strait of Hormuz detonate, they said. They said they detonated and were prevented from proceeding. Keeping an eye out for updates here. Bloomberg talked to someone from the director of research in the foreign policy program at the Brookings Institution, Michael O'Hanlon, and he told Bloomberg that Iran appears to be betting on Trump's desire to reach a deal to buoy his midterm election prospects. Michael O'Hanlon of Brookings Institution thinks that Iran thinks that Trump is desperate for a deal. Michael O'Hanlon also told Bloomberg that Trump may have to, as a matter of legacy, accept that he may lose the House and Senate and say, if that means I have to keep pressure on Iran for 6 more months, I'll do it. Mole UV says he doesn't know. Well, I don't know. I can't tell you what Trump is thinking, what Iran is thinking. We don't know if Trump is going to decide to escalate the war. Yeah, time-wise, it's 4:57 now. So just to clarify, the strike started at pretty late tonight at 2:30 Iran time. So now it's basically sunrise in Iran. So if there's going to be more strikes, it's going to be while it's light out. Oh, hold on a second. I have some quotes from Trump. I told you these quotes already, some of these quotes. But President Trump, this is what he said at Joint Base Andrews when he returned to D.C. and he answered a few questions. On the service members who died, actually, I'll put this on the screen here for you. Let me put it on the screen for you so you can see it. Here is what he said. I don't know if you can see this here. On the service members who died, Trump said a short while ago when he was asked about it, well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them again. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two great patriots. The last post President Trump has posted so far today, no post yet about the Iran stuff and the Iranian attack in Jordan. He did post here 51 minutes ago. He did say on True Social, Christopher Macchio, the great opera singer, was amazing at the World Cup today. He took the house down. President Donald J. Trump. He is a singer that often sings at Trump events. I've seen him before at Trump events. He performed at Freedom 250. Also, the second inauguration of President Trump, for example. Iran is claiming it shot down another drone. I've seen a bunch of these claims from Iran lately. I cannot verify them. An MQ-9 Reaper drone, I think. Here is, I'll show you this. Destroying an MQ-9 drone in the skies of West Islamabad. An MQ-9 drone was intercepted and shot down by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Aerospace Forces' new advanced defense system, they claim, under control of the country's integrated air defense network in the skies of western Islamabad. Again, I can't verify that that happened. Now, there's an Islamabad, Iran, and Khuzestan province. Maybe they're talking about this. We're not talking about Islamabad, Pakistan. So there is an Islamabad in Khuzestan province, and the U.S. has been conducting a bunch of attacks recently in Khuzestan province. So maybe they mean to say Islamabad. That might be what they're talking about. Pretty regularly, Iran claims to shoot those kind of drones down. I know we've recently seen those claims from Iran. It's these, the MQ-9 Reaper drones. This is from the Air Force site. Oops, it's not what I wanted to do. The Air Force site said that as of 2011, the 4 of these plus other equipment cost $56 million. So sounds like each one would be worth in the millions, but I can't give you an exact number. Again, I can't confirm that Iran shot down another one of those. That I cannot confirm. Update. More claims from Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Here are the latest claims about attacks from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. I cannot verify these claims, but this is what Iran says. The Revolutionary Guard says. Are you ready for the latest claims from them? Here you go. Announcement number 31. Iranian Revolutionary Guard appreciates information from the people of Jordan. Large C-17 transport aircraft and P-8 and command and control aircraft of the U.S. aggressor army targeted by ballistic missiles at Aqaba Airport. Is this true? I don't know. IRGC Public Relations says, to the honorable people and valiant soldiers of Jordan, we thank you for your sincere cooperation and accurate information, which enabled our Muslim fighters to precisely target and destroy 20 hangars housing U.S. child-killing army forces in the Al-Azraq region, resulting in the deaths of dozens of American terrorist forces. Now, this, I have no verification of this. In the second wave of Operation Nasr II, with the blessed code Ya Rughaya and dedicated to the martyred girls of the Iran-Iraq War, with your help, the aircraft of the IRGC's aerospace force, maybe the missiles I think they mean, targeted large C-17 transport aircraft and P-8 command and control aircraft of the U.S. aggressor army at Aqaba Airport, inflicting significant damage to several of them. The aggressive U.S. military, which has attacked more than 10 Islamic countries in recent decades, killing millions of Muslims, and is the main supporter of the child-killing Zionist regime and the massacres of the people of Gaza and the destruction of West Bank, are religiously considered to be deserving of death, says Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and every Muslim, wherever they can, must kill these savage murderers. This is the statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Iran. Once again, we thank you for your efforts and cooperation, which is striking, they're saying that, which by fulfilling your religious duty paved the way for the liberation of Holy Jerusalem. So in this new announcement, Iran's Revolutionary Guard they also claim to have destroyed multiple U.S. aircraft in the attack. Oh, multiple U.S. aircraft at the where is it? At Aqaba Airport. That's King Hussein International Airport. Minor international airport in Aqaba, Jordan. Give me a second. I'm going to take some of your comments in a second. None of these claims are confirmed. None of these claims are confirmed. It's pretty interesting that in this statement, they claim people in Jordan and including the Jordanian army gave them inside information, which helped them attack U.S. forces in Jordan. Now, that is not confirmed. I do want to mention, though, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's like intended to be like psychological warfare or something. I don't know. So again, I have no confirmation of these claims, but they usually don't, I haven't seen them make those kind of claims recently. Hold on, I'm going to take your comments in a second. I just want to get this posted. Now, when they say valiant soldiers of Jordan, they might just mean people in Jordan. I don't know. I don't know if any of this is true, but I don't know when it says here, yeah, IRGC appreciates information from the people of Jordan. Oh, to the honorable people and valiant soldiers of Jordan is what it says. All right, anyways, so let me take some comments from you guys now. Sorry, I just wanted to get that posted. So again, none of this might be true, but it's a very interesting statement that the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard posted this message. Not only did they post that they did all this destruction in Jordan to U.S. military, which that's the kind of thing they do post. They post that stuff fairly frequently, and I can't verify any of these claims. But they thanked the people and the soldiers of Jordan for their cooperation and accurate information, I guess, to help with targeting and intelligence. Is that true? Is any of that true? I don't know. Now, we do know that Iran successfully was able to strike, successfully for them, was able to strike. We know they carried out an attack on a U.S. base in Jordan, which killed, it appears, 3 U.S. troops and injured others. Remember also that multiple U.S. media outlets reported that actually there were, I think the New York Times and the Washington Post both reported that there were 4 attacks on U.S. troops in Jordan this past week, some of them at different bases. We've talked about this. So they are certainly carrying out attacks in Jordan, some of which seem to be successful. I hate using that word from their perspective, which are costing lives and apparently destroying aircraft in Jordan. I don't know to what degree that's happened. I don't know. Have they had any inside information that's helped them with this? No idea. One of our viewers thinks they're stirring the pot with propaganda. Maybe it's all made up. Clearly not all of the claims about attacking Jordan are made up, but Margie White says they're stirring the pot with propaganda. G Slayer says, if true, this is highly disturbing. This means Iran has figured out how to defeat our missile defense system. What I'll say is this. It might be false largely, but I wouldn't assume it's all false. I mean, they might say, we killed all these people and destroyed all this aircraft. And maybe that's false. But maybe some soldiers got injured or something and there were some aircraft destroyed. Again, I don't know. I can't tell you. But we do know that they have certainly killed and injured American troops recently in Jordan, and from reports, destroyed some aircraft. But regardless of the truth of those claims or not, it's very interesting to me to see that they put this out, where it's like the headline is, the first thing they say in this press release is the IRGC appreciates information from the people of Jordan. That's the first sentence of the statement. Faceless Man thinks Iran is getting help from China. Iran hasn't figured anything out. Hoobfish thinks it's propaganda. Hingode thinks it's not true and it's disinformation. Miriam Lorenza says more likely the info came from Russia or China. Ron Lolordo says don't believe it. It just might be all false. Chris G612 says, they got the info from Russia or China, and this is cover. Pack Quack says, countering Trump's lies with lies of their own. Crazy Angler says, it's all lies. Shane Bergroth says, it's agreed, propaganda. Bo Brady says, it's part of war, unfortunately. Well, we'll have to see if we hear anything more from Jordan. Again, I can't comment. I don't know if any of those claims are true or not, but it's quite interesting to see such a claim. I did want to mention this. I had posted this, was it last night on I reposted last night on my X account. Was it last night? I think it was last night. So the New York Times had a report yesterday about what they said this was more information about, they claim they got more information about recent attacks in Jordan. And they say that in the last 5 days, there have been 4 attacks on U.S. forces in Jordan, although I guess it's the last 6 days now because this was an article from yesterday. So this is what the New York Times claims that they have heard from U.S. officials. They say that the first attack struck a residential facility at King Faisal Air Base, wounding as many as 5 U.S. service members. Then a second attack hit a base in eastern Jordan, where U.S. Black Hawk helicopters operate, damaging a significant number of Black Hawk helicopters. Then 3 days ago, Iranian missiles hit Jordan's Muwafaq Salti Air Base, and that's the same air base where the troops were killed on Friday. Officials told the New York Times. This earlier strike, the day before the deadly strike, wounded about 20 U.S. troops who were rushing to take cover in bunkers, according to the New York Times report. And then Friday, the same base was hit again. And the New York Times says that, and again, although those 4 attacks were reported, according to the New York Times, in the last 6 days, and the New York Times says that these attacks are a sign not only that Iran has a significant number of missiles, but also has become more adept at evading U.S. air defense systems, according to U.S. officials the Times talked to. I will say this. If I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, I do feel like that we saw when was the last time Iran, I don't know if it was a few months ago. I do remember when Iran and Israel were fighting, I think maybe it was last year. It did seem like over time, if I remember right, Iran was having more, Iran was having more direct hits. And if I remember right, we were talking about this speculation about, is Iran changing their tactics? Or, there were unconfirmed reports that maybe Israel was getting low on interceptors. So my point is this, though, that I guess I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I guess it's possible that Iran has, used information it's gained so far to change its tactics. Now, some of you might think somebody is helping Iran. I can't say. But again, it's interesting to see that report from the New York Times where they say, U.S. officials say that these recent attacks in Jordan uh, suggest are a sign that Iran has become more adept at evading U.S. air defense systems. I think also there was another report I told you about a day or two ago, which said something similar to this from a different outlet. Maybe the Wall Street Journal. Was it the Wall Street Journal? Let's see. Oh, well, Axios had reported that there were 4 different Iranian missile attacks that hit U.S. forces on bases in Jordan this past week. And Axios said a U.S. official expressed concern that the 4 incidents signal that Iran has managed to exploit vulnerabilities in the U.S. defenses in Jordan. I think the Wall Street Journal had some sort of report about this too. Yes, the Wall Street Journal said a couple days ago that I think the article was yesterday, actually. I posted a link to the article on my X account. They said Iran has adapted to U.S. defenses, firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the Earth. According to U.S. officials. Also, Iran's ability to hit sensitive targets has raised concerns that the regime is getting targeting help from China or Russia, U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal. So I don't know if Iran has changed tactics or is getting new information or what, or none of the above. Hang on a moment here. Paolo Majorana, our viewer, thinks all of the above are true. Steve M says intercepting missiles is hard. Sometimes they get through. James says who's to say that Iran needs Russia or China? Xylee says, I mean, I can find these bases easily on Google Maps. All right, hang on a moment here. You know, I'll say this as well. You might say, like, I don't know. So multiple outlets claim that there were around 4 different attacks in Jordan on U.S. troops and U.S. facility and U.S. equipment in the last week. So we certainly didn't hear about 4 attacks. We've only heard about 1 attack from the U.S. government. Um, if if it is true that there have been multiple attacks in Jordan, um, would we have heard that at all? Multiple attacks that have actually, damaged equipment and also hurt or killed U.S. soldiers. Would we have heard that at all if no U.S. soldiers had died? That I don't know. Is the reason we're hearing about it is because soldiers died. Banana says sounds like Iran using hypersonic. Were there any strikes last night? It seemed like it was not much. Tonight, soon after the U.S. announced they were doing another night of strikes, there were a lot of strikes reported in a number of different cities over like a half an hour, 45-minute period, or maybe an hour period. And then I haven't heard of any since then. Hey, thanks to Cold Eye News, Cold in Wiss. Thank you. Thanks, Cold and Wiss. Also, thank you for your donation. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Where is... Thank you for your donation. Said, I think the X-37 by Boeing is for anti-ballistics. Did we talk about the X-37 at all? I don't remember us talking about that. Thank you for your donation. Thank you also, Thomas Hastings, for being a member. Thanks, Sasiad from Poland, who thinks Iran's statement thanking people for intelligence in Jordan is just a cover-up for help from China and Russia. Thanks, Twisted Doobie, for being a member. Thanks, Matthew Bernard Denoma, for your support. Thank you, M. Rod M, for your support. E1991M, thank you for your support. And thank you for your donation as well. Another one, thank you. Also, thanks to, hang on a moment here, New Yorker 783 on Twitch. Thank you very much. And also, hey, Big Learns 22. I just saw this. Wow, I didn't see this before. Big Learns 22 gave out 50 gift subscriptions. Wow. Thank you so much, Big Learns 22. Sorry, I didn't see that sooner. Please thank Big Learns 22 if you got a gift subscription. Also, thanks to Big Dog Gaming on Twitch and Fruit Cartoffine on Twitch. Thank you. All right, hang on a moment. It's strange, you know, the U.S. announced these strikes and we were hearing all these updates for a bit. And now it's quiet again. I haven't heard about any new strikes for like an hour or so. And now it's 5:29 a.m., so it's light out. You know, usually before yesterday, there were a bunch of nights where the strikes would go on for hours. Also, another thing is like last night, we didn't hear about any bridges hit or anything like that. It seemed for a couple days that the U.S. was going after a bunch of bridges, and they hit a railway junction apparently, and an airport. Nothing like that yesterday. I haven't heard any reports like that tonight either yet. JGVN says they don't announce D-Day. King Leo says, is there anything left to hit? Mr. Linuso thinks strikes are over for now, at least. Schoenley thinks we're saving it for a power plant day this week. DLD says it's Sunday, too close to markets opening. Melissa Terry says, I'm ready for back to quiet. Now, Murph mentioned this, as Murph reminded us, a couple days ago, as I had mentioned, I think a couple days ago, Iran claimed that that a couple of oil tankers had exploded in the Strait of Hormuz. Although I don't believe, strictly speaking, the statement said hitting mines. I think the statement said that they went through a minefield and exploded. Anyways, the U.S. said that was false. So again, earlier tonight, Iran said that 2 ships had tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz on the U.S. approved route, not the Iranian route, and that they had exploded and were stopped. We have heard about 1 ship on fire tonight in the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know that Iran hit 2 ships or not in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see if we hear about any other ships in the Strait of Hormuz damaged or hit. Thanks, Murph, for writing in. Yeah, a couple of viewers sent me this story. I mean, I don't really know what to make of this. Evelyn in Maine sent it to me. Who else? Ian Bigar sent it to me, I believe. Ian, did you send this to me? Yeah. So, where is the story here? Saudi news outlet Al Hadath claims that Iranian leader Mojtaba Khamenei is not in Iran. I don't know if that's true. Al Hadath is it's a Saudi Arabian state-owned outlet, by the way. Remember, Saudi Arabia and Iran are basically enemies. Al Hadath is Saudi state-owned media. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know how they got the information of this, but I'd be careful with, because if in theory, Saudi Arabia wanted to undermine the legitimacy of the government in Iran, one thing they could do is claim that he's not in the country. Now, I'm not saying that's why they posted the story. I just want to point out that the Al Hadath is owned by the Saudi government. And I haven't seen that report anywhere else. Okay? So, and they said a source told them that he's not in the country and his messages are written by somebody else. Now, I haven't seen the original report. I would be careful with stuff like this because I don't see it anywhere else. I've only heard about it from one place so far, and that place is owned by the Saudi government. So I'm not putting I don't know what's going on with him, but to me, that's basically a rumor at this point. Guys, look at this. Breaking news. Breaking news. CENTCOM ends weekend wave. The weekend wave is over. Wow. That didn't take that long. The weekend wave of strikes is over. Thanks, by the way, to somebody who just posted in the chat and said CENTCOM posted. So I checked and they had just posted in the last minute. The weekend wave is over. So we heard about there were a bunch of strikes reported like in the first hour. But I mean, this was still a pretty short wave tonight compared to a bunch of other nights this week. 3 hours, and really, I think we were only getting updates about explosions for an hour and a half. U.S. Central Command successfully completed the 9th evening of strikes against Iran at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. CENTCOM assets targeted Iranian military command centers, air defense and coastal surveillance sites, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and communications networks to further diminish Iran's ability to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable. At the commander-in-chief's direction, CENTCOM forces remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. Wow. Rick Sanchez thinks it's because of the market. Wild Boy says U.S. military getting scared. John thinks the U.S. strikes are getting less intense because the U.S. military doesn't have enough munitions. Chris N. says, I wish they would quit posting that. Static Nouveau says, now we resume our weekday strikes. Yoga Sue says, weekend wave over because our troops are getting killed. We certainly have not seen some kind of huge new major attack in response to the killings of the soldiers in Jordan. We have not seen that yet. Maybe we will. Paolo says just in time for stock futures. Claudia says ridiculous. Austin Batman says hate it when weekends go by so quick. I also think it's very possible they waited until after the World Cup was over and after Trump had left the World Cup at around 7 p.m. to start the strikes. And if that's true and they wanted to do them at night, that did not leave them with much time. But even so, I think we only heard about strikes for about an hour or so. Roche Deschambeau says 2 hours till Missile Monday. Our viewer, Donna Smith, thinks we have plenty of weapons. Jethro says, we have an endless supply of bombs, maybe more we do not know what to hit. I mean, no bridges attacked the last couple nights that we've heard about. Wow. I'm going to show you the video that they posted too. Flanzy thinks this is conflict, not war. Ken says, we're not done. It's just getting started. Code Rapper says, this is getting ridiculous. How our military is just doing this little by little and not completely going in there. Very awkward. Big Daddy Rod says, get it done and over with. Let's look at the video they posted. Here is their daily video. They seem to post a daily video lately. This says videos released. Oh, this is videos from this past evening, they say. Guys, this is from this past evening. So I guess the last few hours. CJ says, I hope Trump drops the hammer. I'll let this play through one more time. Aztec Pyramid says, I think there will be one big night this week when the hammer will drop. Wow. Wow, guys. I wonder if we'll hear any more from Iran about retaliation attacks tonight or not. Although I was hearing, last night after we got off the air and then this morning, Iran periodically was still, it seemed like, firing at other countries. They seem to do that like during the day there. If you're wondering, Brent crude is at 90.49, up 2.5% today. Ken R says it's called strategy. The tree line thinks we are winning. By the way, shout out to our moderators. Moderating people like Ruth on YouTube. Thank you. And also Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Sarah on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, Darren Charlo. Thanks to Paul Dorman for the Facebook stars. Hold on a second here. And Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for the Facebook stars. Why am I not seeing? That's weird. Give me a moment. It says it's live. Oh, something happened. Oh, no, it's live. Why can't I see the X feed? Oh, there it is. I see. It's not, I think it's not on the timeline. For some reason, it's not on our timeline. It's just you can view the video. Oh, something happened. What's weird there? X is acting weird. X seemed to be having some issues today earlier. I will read a few more comments here. Robert's May Queen is moderating too. Oh, I did want to say also thanks so much to Stephen Briones for your support. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that, all your support, Stephen. Also, thanks Juan Lozano. Juan thinks, here we go again with the market manipulation. Strikes will resume again within the next few days. That's what Juan thinks. Thank you, Mr. Slug Snail from Canada. Thank you to Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda thinks maybe the IRGC is watching this channel. I don't know about that. You never know. You never know. I think someone's lighting fireworks in my neighborhood somewhere out there. That's what it sounds like, by the way. I think that's what's going on. I think. I'm not sure. That's what it sounds like. Maybe it could just be, it might be the next town over or something. I don't know. There might be some kind of big celebration. Seems late, though. It's not right next door. I'll have to look it up later and see. PW360 says, what are the chances that Trump announces tomorrow they will have negotiations with Iran to both calm the market down and buy time to get more military assets in place, like has been reported? He could. I wouldn't be surprised, PW360, if Trump posts something about negotiations. You never know. You never know. See if I have any updates here. Unless the one other, there's something else that might be having. This is a crazy thought I have. It's possible. I don't know. I'd have to go in and check. This is real. I bet this is happening. So I was watching before, in another, not in this studio, but in the same area outside the studio. I was watching some live coverage of video from Madrid. And I wonder, I know it's really late there, but I wonder if the coverage, like the audio is on and there's fireworks going off on the coverage. I should check that real quick because that might have happened. There could be some fireworks in Madrid and it's just playing on the computer in there and it's just loud. That would make much more sense because I was like, where is that coming from? I bet that's what's happening. I'll take 2 seconds to check. It won't take me a long time. Take me 7 seconds to check. I'm going to check in a second just to make sure. I need about 7 seconds to check that. Hold on. I'm going to disappear for 7 seconds. Okay, so apparently it was not the other computer. There's some town in the area is having a fireworks thing, and it's clearly that's what's happening, and we're just hearing it now. So I wasn't aware of it, but I was surprised. Seems late, but good for them. Okay. Anyways, let's see here. Oh, and I wanted to mention this about the refueling aircraft because we didn't talk about this before. Let me just show you this real quick. I'm aware that you're hearing some booms. Give me a second here. It's not common. Here, give me 2 more seconds. Israel to receive more U.S. refueling planes as Iran attacks intensify, Israeli officials say. Give me 1 second here. Thanks for your patience. So you can see Reuters says Israel is preparing to receive more U.S. refueling aircraft, an Israeli military official said on Sunday, as attacks launched by the U.S. and Iran have escalated over the past week. The Israeli officials said the U.S. had decided to adjust its force posture in the region and to reinforce the existing fleet of aerial refueling aircraft stationed in Israel with additional refueling aircraft. Another senior Israeli official said dozens of U.S. refueling planes were expected to arrive in Israel. Dozens. Since the conflict started, the U.S. has stationed dozens of refueling aircraft in Israel. Citing 3 U.S. and Israeli officials, Axios reported Friday that the Trump administration notified Israel it was sending dozens more refueling planes to the country ahead of a potential expansion of military operations against Iran. And then we heard today that more fighters are going to being sent to the Middle East. So the New York Times reported today that the U.S. is sending more warplanes, including Air Force F-16s and F-35 jets from F-16s from Germany and F-35 jets from Britain are being sent to the Middle East. Yeah, one of our viewers just mentioned this too. You can see here from the Washington Post today, they have an article, and one of the things the article mentions, it's like an update on the war. Iran said U.S. forces had attacked a nuclear power plant under construction in the country's southwest. That was a claim by Iran. I don't know that that's true. I'll try to get you a little more on that. Here. The IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, is looking into reports of an overnight attack on the construction site of a planned nuclear power plant in Darkhoven, Iran. The facility is in the very early stages of construction and contained no nuclear material when last visited by the IAEA. While the reported attack is not believed to pose any radiological risk, DG Rafael M. Grossi reiterates call for military restraint in the vicinity of all nuclear-related sites. The IAEA has contacted Iran about the public reports and will provide further information as it becomes available. Hey, by the way, I owe a huge thanks to Black Hawk Command. First of all, Black Hawk Command gave 50 of you memberships. Black Hawk Command has given so many memberships. I'm not exaggerating, I think, to say thousands of memberships recently to our YouTube viewers, and he just gave 50 more. So Black Hawk Command just gave 100 people memberships in the YouTube chat. So please thank Black Hawk Command if you have gotten a membership from Black Hawk Command, because 100 of you just got memberships. And also, Black Hawk Command gave a very generous donation to the channel. And it also said in the note that he also thanked the moderators. I think it's a he, but I'm not positive, so I don't want to get it wrong. I'll assume it's a he for now. I thank you. He also thanked the channel and the moderators and the remarkable community for making Agenda Free TV a place people can trust and belong. That's very kind of you, Black Hawk Command. Thank you so much. And again, please thank Black Hawk Command if you got a membership, because 100 of you just did. Very nice of you. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Beyond, I would say beyond generous. Double generous. Thanks for thanking all the people thanking in the chat. Also, thanks to Anis, who says Lee Rio, and posted, was it the Argentinian flag there? I think. Yes, in the chat. Thanks, Anis. Hang on a moment here. My Lord says expecting a very long war. Now, Aleph is posting some claims about what might have been hit in the latest round of strikes. I don't know where Aleph is getting this stuff from. Aleph, who I follow, claims that an IRGC training base and an IRGC Navy regional headquarters was hit. And another in a military complex was hit. I don't know. That's what Aleph, who I follow, is claiming. Oh, I have an update. Hey guys, update. 10 minutes ago, new explosions reported. Even though the U.S. said they were done, 10 minutes ago, Vahid Online got a bunch of messages saying there were explosions heard in Chabahar. So it's possible there were a couple explosions. Some people say one. One person said 5. One person said 2. So there may have just been explosions 10 minutes ago in Chabahar. Chabahar's down here. Chabahar. But Vahid posted that, and again, just got those reports about 10 minutes ago, which would be, I mean, we heard they officially stopped their attacks at 10. That would be at about 10:20. Beck says they still have tankers there. Well, so were there new attacks a few minutes ago? That I don't know. I don't see anything about it in Iranian media yet, so state media. So we'll have to wait a few minutes and see. Pure Blood says they can't attack after announcing they finished. It's against the rules. Broseph says, unless we are brothing, why announce when we end strikes? Jagtai thinks that CENTCOM might have fired missiles like before they said they were done for the night and then they landed after. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where they were fired from, but I feel like normally when they're referring to that, when the way you read it, it's like that the attacks they're done, that you're not going to hear about more after. But who knows? I also don't know how it works in terms of the distances. I mean, if you're talking about 20 minutes, well, cruise missiles travel roughly. I mean, it could be different speeds. It can be. There's different speeds. It can be 500 to 600 miles an hour. It could be more than 1,500 miles an hour. Say it's 2,000 miles an hour, though. Then it would be 600 miles over about 20 minutes. Are they firing cruise missiles about 600 miles away? I don't know. Right before they announce they're done? That I don't know. We never got more information so far on the ship that the UKMTO said was on fire in the southern Strait of Hormuz. Maybe we'll hear something about that at some point. Aeneas, now I don't know what Aeneas is getting this information from. Aeneas says, I heard unclaimed that the air facility close to Abena has been hit by 2 ballistic missiles from the northwest. I'm not sure. That's just one of our viewers saying they've heard this. I don't know where that information is coming from. Abena is in Iran. So Aeneas is claiming that he heard that the air facility close to Abena has been hit by 2 missiles. What can I say, Aeneas? I haven't heard that. I don't know. I don't know what your sources are. I appreciate it, Aeneas. Maybe we'll do a quick poll. We haven't done a poll yet tonight. The poll is, will there be a big U.S. escalation this week? Yes or no? I am posting the poll right now. Will there be a big U.S. escalation this week? Okay, here is you thinking about the poll. You thinking about the poll. Thinking and then choosing. And now you have chosen. All right, so let's show you what you said. Let's show you what you said. Fruit Shop said that's us. Over on YouTube, I didn't know what you guys would say about this one. Over on YouTube, the current vote is 72% say yes on YouTube, 27% say no. On Facebook, 78% no. Look at Facebook being different than YouTube. 78% on Facebook say no. 73% on YouTube say yes. I guess Twitch will break the tie. We'll see, unless it's a tie over there. On Twitch, it is 63% yes. I don't remember the last time Facebook was different than the other two. Interesting. Miss Link says, Facebook, what are you drinking? Birdman thinks Facebook used their brains when they voted. Our viewer Norrigerts says, this is just pump and jump dump tactics from the commander-in-chief. He doesn't have the blank to do anything. Hang on a moment here. Lee Best 1A thinks something has to change soon. I'll have to check Facebook one more time and see what Facebook is saying. Hold on. Facebook right now is at, oh, something weird happened with Facebook. I'm not kidding you. I wonder if the voting was messed up. I don't know what happened with Facebook. More people have voted now. But I wasn't making this up. I checked Facebook before and it was 70% roughly no. But maybe those were just the early people, because now on Facebook it is 76% yes. So Facebook is now the same basically as the other two. All right. So it was different before. I'm not making this up. So Facebook is similar to YouTube now. But it was fewer votes at that point. It was the mail-in ballot, says Daffy's M. I should update the. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. Hold on a second here. More fireworks. Man, whatever fireworks show is going on, it's a big show. I had no idea there was a fireworks show somewhere in one of the towns around here. It's a big show. But again, thanks for voting in our poll. Hold on. See if I have any more updates for you. See if I have any more updates. Man, there was a lot going on for a while. Never heard anything more about the explosions that Vahid said people reported in Chabahar. It did seem like a couple days ago, for a couple days, it really seemed like like the U.S. was escalating these strikes. Uh, they hit a bunch of bridges, and then Iran in turn started escalating strikes on countries like Kuwait, hitting uh, uh, you know desalination plants and power plants in Kuwait, for example. And then the last couple nights, we haven't heard about the U.S. hitting any such targets like that. Been smaller attacks the last two nights by the U.S. from what we can tell. Director Pepper says, I wonder if Iran got help from someone. And sometimes right after the U.S. finishes strikes, we start hearing about Iran carrying out other strikes. But there was no sirens in Bahrain while we were covering the U.S. strikes tonight. No, that we heard about. No, I didn't hear of any sirens in the UAE, anything. Although Iran claimed there were explosions heard there. Maybe there was stuff going on there. I don't know. Oh wow. Is this true? I'm seeing a report right now that OSINT Technical said OSINT Technical is claiming that Ukrainian drones hit another Moscow area distribution center for the Russian e-commerce giant Wildberries. That happened yesterday or the day before. Did they do it again? I got to try to figure this out here. Let's see. Yes, according to Exile Nova, who I follow, they did. It looks like. Let me just see if I can find this anywhere else. I'll mention something, but I know it's not on Iran, but the Wildberry story is quite interesting. It's like their Amazon. Supernova Plus is also saying Wildberries was attacked again. Yeah, let me show you something here. So this was here. This was uh this was yesterday. This was posted by Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine. He said, uh, today our long range sanctions worked across three areas on Russian territory. Uh, wait, where's the thing about wild? I thought he made a post about wild berries, though. So wild berries is like the Russian Amazon. You can see here Zelensky said yesterday, I think it was, uh, two major logistics facilities were hit. There was a huge fire at a wild berries distribution center. Let me see if I can just get you something about this. But apparently, another one has been hit in recent hours. I'm seeing video of it online. There was an enormous fire. I had posted videos of it in the last day or two. So here's something about it from AP right. So this was from yesterday. You can see here, uh, Ukrainian drones struck two sprawling warehouses, one of them just east of Moscow. Uh, Two sprawling warehouses of Russia's major online retailer Wildberries were hit by Ukrainian drones overnight. Again, this was reported yesterday. Enormous fires. 7 night shift workers were killed at the warehouse, the Wildberry warehouse in Khartovsk, and 25 others were wounded, the regional governor said. Both warehouses caught fire, the Wildberries founder Tatiana Kim said, and the blaze in Khartovsk was put out. And Ukrainian President Zelensky said that Ukrainian drones hit two significant logistical facilities in the Moscow and Tambov regions. These facilities were used by the aggressor to supply sanctioned components for the production of drones and navigation, he wrote. Now, so I guess, arguing that they're military-related targets. I don't know if any of this is to, do something which makes regular Russian people feel the impact of the war more. Anyways, it's not about Iran. I just wanted to mention that I'm seeing these reports from OSINT Technical and others of another wild berries logistics facility distribution center attacked in a major fire in Russia going on. A new one. I'll post a link to the post I saw about it in the chat. But it's, it looks like a big Amazon distribution center. But Balco Bull says sounds like a war crime to me. Anyways, we might do a whole separate Ukraine stream at some point soon. So I don't want to get too into that. Martin Ging says, I think the Kurds are on standby somewhere. Thank you, Martin Ging. Let me just see if I have any more updates about Iran stuff. Again, the U.S. strikes are over for the night. Sorry, just give me a moment here. I'm just checking out to see if I have any other updates for you. Ooh, hold on. Oh, this is interesting. So we were talking earlier about how, that reportedly Iran conducted 4 separate attacks that hit U.S. forces in Jordan in the last week. Reportedly, multiple outlets say that. And there's this question as to whether Iran has adjusted its tactics or is somehow getting better at attacking certain sites. So this is from the Institute for the Study of War from yesterday. I just saw that they had posted this. Look what it says here. It says, Iran is adapting to U.S. defenses by firing high-speed maneuverable missiles at U.S. bases in the region, which highlights the threat that the advancement of Iran's ballistic missile program poses to U.S. national security interests. Iranian leaders have expressed interest since at least the Iranian strikes on Israel in April and October of 2024 in employing maneuverable reentry vehicles in order to improve the relatively low accuracy of Iranian missiles. Also, the People's Republic of China and Russia are likely supporting Iranian efforts to target U.S. bases in the region. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal on July 18th that they are concerned that China and Russia are supporting recent Iranian targeting of U.S. assets. Barry says, dang. You can see here the Institute for the Study of War says, U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal on July 18th that Iran is using missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the earth. Iranian leaders have expressed interest since the Iranian strikes on Israel in April and October 2024 in employing maneuverable reentry vehicles in order to improve the relatively low accuracy of Iranian missiles. All ballistic missiles have a circular error probable, which is the radius of a circle centered at the intended target within which 50% of the missiles would be expected to impact. The stated and publicly known CEPs of Iranian medium-range ballistic missiles are between 20 and 500 meters. A maneuverable reentry vehicle can be used to evade anti-ballistic missile systems or improve the accuracy of ballistic missiles by altering their trajectory during the terminal stage of flight. Such improvements could make individual projectiles harder to intercept and more destructive. Iran still did struggle with relatively poor missile accuracy in its strikes against Israeli military targets in March and April of 2026, however, which likely pushed them to deploy cluster munitions at a greater scale in order to maximize damage. Iran previously claimed in May 2025 that it had developed a maneuverable reentry vehicle capability. And it is possible that Iran has deployed missiles with that capability in the current conflict, says Institute for the Study of War. Also, this is interesting, some more detail here. The People's Republic of China and Russia are likely supporting Iranian efforts to target U.S. bases in the region. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal on July 18th that they are concerned that China and Russia are supporting recent Iranian targeting of U.S. assets. Both countries have supported Iranian targeting during the conflict thus far. Iran used an advanced reconnaissance satellite purchased from China in 2024 to target U.S. military assets and bases across the Middle East in spring 2026, according to a Financial Times report in April of this year. The Washington Post reported in March that Russia was providing Iran with the locations of U.S. military assets, including warship and aircraft, to support Iranian attacks against U.S. forces. Russia is also reportedly sharing advanced drone tactics with Iran to support Iranian attacks against U.S. forces and assets. Iran likely continues to rely on its key partners to improve the accuracy and effectiveness of its attacks. That's according to the Institute for the Study of War. I will post a link here into that article from the Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. You can read the whole article. There's some maps they have these regular updates. They have some nice maps there. So you can check that out if you'd like. Schaff says same as U.S. with Ukraine. Ryan says they are partners in BRICS. It's surprising they help each other. Do you mean it's not surprising, maybe, Ryan? Let's see here. Suave says, I knew it, China. Sharkingly says, soon countries will begin space wars, shooting down each other's satellite targeting systems. Darcy says, can the U.S. take out that satellite? Angry's Razorback says, looks like Ukraine targeting civilians. Yeah, I did read an article. It was interesting about the wild berries thing. And it was interesting because, Ukraine throughout the war has talked about how they target military targets while Russia targets civilian targets, which I certainly understand why they say that. But that's one reason why it was particularly intriguing that they hit this wild berries, 2 warehouses belonging to Russia's, it's like their Amazon, called Wild Berries. And again, Zelensky said that they had been used to supply sanctioned components for drone production and navigation equipment. Trying to find out, where did I read that article? I hope I'm not misrepresenting what I read, but the Wall Street Journal said the attacks on the Wild Berries logistics, the distribution centers, the warehouses, were a expansion of Kyiv's bombing campaign, and called it an escalation in Ukraine's air war. And the Wall Street Journal said Ukraine has for weeks launched devastating drone strikes on Russia's energy infrastructure, but an attack on a private company's logistics hubs is a new development. I don't know the history of everything they attacked in Russia. Anyways, if you want to read it, there's an article from the Wall Street Journal. Ukraine escalates air war with deadly strikes on Russia's Amazon. Amazon in quotes. All right. Do I have anything else to update you on here about Iran? Man, we were hearing a lot for like the first hour, hour and a half of the U.S. strikes tonight, and then things got quiet real quick. Oh, hold on a second. What is this? What is this? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. CNN has some quotes from Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, about the 2 incidents in which U.S. soldiers were killed recently. Remember, there was an attack on Saturday. Was it the 8th? No, the 17th. No, on Friday there was an attack on a base in Jordan where U.S. soldiers were, and apparently 3 U.S. soldiers died in that incident. Others were injured. And yesterday, according to CENTCOM, in Iraq, a U.S. soldier died when during a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone, right? So again, as you can see right here on your screen, separately, a U.S. service member in northern Iraq was killed in action July 18th during a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone. So, a couple things from Marco Rubio, according to CNN. Marco Rubio said that incident with the unexploded ordnance, with the downed Iran attack drone, Marco Rubio said that incident was an accident. He said nothing the military does is safe. It's all inherently dangerous, he said. Okay? He said, we're just grateful to have such heroic Americans in uniform in the service of our country. Then regarding the attack in Jordan, the fatal attack in Jordan, Marco Rubio said, a missile got through. We shot down almost all the missiles. One leaked through. It's heartbreaking. So that's a quote from Marco Rubio according to CNN. Again, he says, a missile got through. We shot down almost all the missiles. One leaked through. It's heartbreaking. Now, there's some video that seems to show a couple going through, but I don't know if that's legit. I don't know. One viewer said that G Slayer says, not from the video I saw. Again, he said, a missile got through. We shot down almost all the missiles. One leaked through. It's heartbreaking. I don't know if that's true. Let me just post this. Asafarian thinks it's not true. Spam Chan says, I don't like Rubio, but I believe he's sincere here. Keith Thompson says, cool story, bro. Now give us the truth on live TV. DB says, only one? The BBT legit says, all it takes is one. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. Did I miss this? I think Black Hawk Command gave 100 more memberships. Did this just happen? Is that what happened? I think Black Hawk Command gave 100 more memberships to people in the YouTube chat. Actually, 150 more memberships. I'm not kidding you. I believe Black Hawk Command just gave 150 more memberships. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm not kidding you. It's 200 memberships. Please thank Black Hawk Command if you just got a membership. 200 of you just got memberships in the YouTube chat from Black Hawk Command. 200. I'm not making that up. So please say thanks. That's a lot of new members. That's really, really incredibly generous. So generous of Black Hawk Command tonight and many other nights. Really nice of you. Thank you. But please say thanks, because that's 200 of you who just got memberships. Bigly number of memberships, one of the viewers said. I think it's 300 total and 200 basically just now, is what I'm saying. There were 100 before, and there were just 200 new ones. Wow, unbelievable. That is so nice of you. Great to see more members, too. I do owe another thanks to Tracer Bullet. Thank you, Tracer Bullet, for your support. Also, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Pepe Tomakondo says, very quiet now. Yeah, it's weird. It's I'm not hearing. I mean, the U.S. said their strikes were over. I haven't heard since then about any kind of new attacks from Iran. Hold on. Also, remember also that, again, a couple days ago, for 2 days, the U.S. hit a bunch of bridges in Iran, and that seems to have stopped. So I don't know. Maybe they'll hit more. Forever a Son of God says Iran are preparing. It really seemed like things were really escalating with the U.S. attacks. And then it seems to have unescalated a bit in the last couple days. Hey, thanks, by the way, also to Service Connection. I really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching Service Connection, too. Also, Made Dirty by Design, who says an MIRV missile has multiple warheads, so Rubio was correct? So you think Made by Dirty by Design, there was one missile that got through with multiple warheads in the Jordan attack? I don't know. I have no idea. Sounds like that's what you think. Made Dirty by Design. Yeah, it's really, I mean, I have no idea where this is going and if there's going to be a big escalation or not. I honestly don't know. It really don't know where this is all going. So hang on a moment here. Hold on a moment. Glitter and Coffee says it's the weirdest cat fight I've ever seen. I mean, not to minimize it, people have gotten killed, but I really just don't know what the trajectory is. I mean, I don't know that anyone has a great idea of what the trajectory is. Sauced Man Gaming says, I personally think there will be a loud retaliation. You mean from the U.S. for the soldiers? Barry says they usually Iran just launches a single warhead per missile. Robert E360 CE630 says it's Monday, no escalation because of the stock market. I mean, the two escalation days, right? What were they? Sunday, Saturday. Well, there were some bridges hit, I think, Thursday, weren't there? It was Thursday, Friday, I think. But again, it's interesting to me that we're not hearing also for a few days, even when the U.S. would wrap up, we would be hearing about all of these Iranian retaliation. But I mean, I think we didn't hear that much about Iranian retaliation tonight. No sirens in Bahrain, although the U.S. strikes didn't go on that long. By the way, the Wall Street Journal, like the New York Times, is reporting that the U.S. is sending F-16 jet fighters from Germany and U.S. F-35s from England to uh, to the Middle East. John Pendleton says maybe the strikes by the U.S. are taking effect. As I mentioned, the Washington Post said that the one U.S. official told the Washington Post that the U.S. is planning for a wider war. But this was intriguing. I just want to mention this one more time. The official also said this is from the Washington Post here. Uh, The U.S. is preparing for a wider war, said one U.S. official familiar with internal administration discussions, adding that the Pentagon was increasing the number of military aircraft in the region. But the official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, because they were not authorized to talk to the media, cautioned that the expansion of U.S. operations will be limited by the dwindling stockpiles of air defense and long-range munitions and constraints on the ability to surge more troops and aircraft into the area because of battle damage. We do not have enough to safely sustain operations, and I don't think the White House is aware of that, the official said. Now, I have no idea if any of this is true. I thought it's an interesting quote. Also, Seth Jones, who I'm familiar with and certainly think has a significant degree of knowledge about military stuff. I read stuff in CSIS sometimes. He is the head of the Defense and Security Department for the Washington-based Center for Strategic and International Studies. Seth Jones said, I think it would be a mistake to put ground forces anywhere in islands, in the strait, or onshore. I don't think the U.S. forces are prepared for standoff strikes from Iranians, which would be long-range strikes on, the idea is if like the U.S. has forces on Karg Island and they're just sitting there from a distance, Iran could be firing, drones or missiles at those at those soldiers just sitting at those places. The U.S. official also said that U.S. strikes on bridges and rail lines around Bandar Abbas near the Strait of Hormuz last week were viewed by Iran as an escalation, which I certainly imagine they were, and generated a wider response. They had less concern about inflicting mass casualties on the United States, the official said. That is a good question. I don't know if Iran changed its strategy when it launched the strikes on Jordan last week, especially because the strike on Jordan that killed the soldiers was on the 17th. But it might have been the 17th U.S. side. My point is, I don't know if that strike on Jordan was in any way a retaliation after the U.S. started hitting bridges in Iran. Did Iran do something which they thought was most likely to harm U.S. soldiers and not worry about doing it as much because they saw it as retaliation for the bridges? That I don't know. It's a very interesting question. It's a very interesting question. Iran did report the deaths of a number of people in those bridge attacks. Chief Hung thinks Iran got lucky or got some kind of new ammunition from somewhere. Chris F. thinks troops on the ground or on an island or the mainland would be a massive mistake. Paul Dorman thinks ground forces would be terrible. A Safarian thinks U.S. can't win this war, just like Vietnam and Afghanistan. Pre-breakfast banana says, I would think the assassination attempts and the assassination of the supreme leader, you're saying, would be an escalation. I don't understand this war at all. Brian Davio says, didn't Trump say they want another deal and are ready to sign, just need to figure out a location to do so? Pumbaa thinks there's no point for the U.S. to take the islands anyway. They don't offer anything strategic. And if you want to cut off their oil exports, you can do that a million other ways, including the blockade. Nathaniel says if U.S. troops were on the island or on Iranian territory, like on the coast, it would be like fish in a barrel. Can I link the story from the Post? Yes. If you want to check it out, I just posted the link. maybe paywalled. So Shampoofily says nothing good can come of this war. Well, guys, look, I mean, I only can report on when we have updates, and I'm not seeing a lot of new updates right now. I am not seeing a lot of new updates right now. We covered the U.S. strikes tonight, but at this point, I'm not seeing a lot of updates. So I think we may be getting to that time, but if there's something big that happens later on, I can come back on the air. The strikes they started later tonight than usual, maybe because of the World Cup. So I think it may be time. But I will keep an eye on what's going on. If there's huge news, we can always come back on the air and do more coverage, right? Just make sure here I didn't miss anything here. Now I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, no big updates for you at the moment. I will say AFP has had for a little bit. At times, I noticed they started having a Kuwait City camera a little bit. Although I haven't really been able to see anything happen. It's kind of just a skyline camera. But you might be able to hear sirens on it once in a while. I don't have access to it right now, but I'll keep an eye on it. So anyways, look, I really appreciate you guys being here for the coverage and tuning in. And we'll keep doing more coverage. Again, I don't know where this is going. 2 days ago, it seemed to be really escalating. The last 2 days, it seems to have de-escalated a bit. It totally beats me. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to see. Relaxation time thinks it'll probably be another busy day tomorrow. Subscribe and follow if you want Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turn on our turn on our notifications so you know when we're going on the air to cover breaking news. I never know when it's going to be. Breaking news can happen at any time. But we have our own notification system we set up. It's free. It works really great. You get sent a notification before we go live every time, so you don't miss any live breaking news coverage. So it's easy to sign up. The mods will post the link in the chat to the free notifications. Also, you can find the free notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. So sign up for the notifications. Also, I will post updates on my X account at Lookner on X. I post there all the time updates about breaking news when we're not on the air. So follow me over there if you're on X at Lookner. I will post the link in the chat. Huge thanks to our... Oh, and I really appreciate people who've been sending me updates and sending me messages and letting me read your comments and questions on the air, and people participating in the chat. So thanks for all your help and with the news and letting me read the comments. I'm glad we got to read a bunch of comments tonight. Who knows? And stuff can change at any time with this war, so who knows what's coming. Never heard more information about the ship on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Eventually, I'm sure we'll hear more. Hey, also, huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. We could not have the live chats without our moderators. They keep everything respectful and civil in there. Ruth over there, Robert's May Queen on YouTube. Thank you so much. And our other moderators who've been over on YouTube, thank you so much for watching over the chat there. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch. Huge thanks for your help over on Twitch. Thank you. And all the other moderators on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and K. Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes over there on Facebook. Darren Charlo, thank you. To all of our moderators. Also, huge thanks for your support for the channel. So generous of you guys once again. That is what allows the channel to stay on the air. That is really nice of you. I got to give a special shout out, of course, to Black Hawk Command, who I think gave 300 memberships tonight. And also lots of other supports besides tonight. So incredibly generous of Black Hawk Command. Thank you again. Also, Louis R. again, and many others who have been so supportive during the stream. And, El Anna and others. I think I thanked everybody. Let me make sure, though. I think I thanked everybody earlier. But again, you're the ones who allow the stream to allow the channel to exist with your support. So thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated, immensely appreciated. Big Dog Gaming, thanks again, Big Dog Gaming and New Yorker 783 for your support over there on Twitch. Oh, and also Big Learns, who gave all those gift subs on Twitch. Big Learns 22. Let's see here. Hey, another way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, at Agenda Free TV. You can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always give you a heads up over there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there too, at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers enjoy doing the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat. Again, same link as the free notifications. And big thanks to our Discord mods who oversee our Discord chat and help out in our Discord chat. Thank you, Discord mods. I just realized one thing I didn't do during the stream was kind of busy. Well, I should have remembered to do this later on. I'm sorry. Normally, I like to thank our subscribers, our YouTube and Facebook subscribers, and our YouTube members in the middle of the stream. I forgot. I'll try to get to it next time in the middle of the stream, but I'll thank you now. Sorry I didn't get to it earlier. Thanks so much to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. People like Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates and Dolly Clark and Kay Lowry Body and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. And our Twitch subscribers too. Huge thanks for supporting the channel by subscribing there. Jack's Animals, Wall Street Shaggy, Paisley Manatee, Sarah, New Yorker 783, Travrake, Seed Music, G Slayer, Mudmore, Falling Into Nothing, Lama Paprika, DJ Saltlick, Agrica 25. Thanks to our first time chatter, CJ1X1 for chatting. Ranker 102, thanks for subscribing. Hugh J. Again, Big Learns, huge thanks. Simp Nasty Scrimp, Seed Music. All of our Twitch subscribers. Midtown Mike, thank you. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. It's Potato Rick. And all of our YouTube members, too. Oh, hold on. I don't think I'm going to stay on for this, but somebody said there's Bahrain sirens. Yeah, Bahrain sirens. I don't know that I'll stay on for this because this happens frequently. And more importantly, it's just hard to get information from there. Usually we hear that there's sirens, and then maybe later, maybe like an hour later, Iran will post claiming they hit stuff there. And for the most part, we don't hear about what happened there. We might hear about something like way later. So, I mean, I think it's certainly worth reporting. And we hadn't heard that during our during the broadcast previously, but I don't really have anything I can tell you about this. But I'll keep an eye out the next couple of minutes. I mean, we might hear about attacks other places. It's hard to get information. What tends to happen is you hear about that the U.S. That Iran is attacking Bahrain or Iran's attacking Kuwait, and then somewhere down the road, I really don't hear much from Bahrain usually, but with Kuwait, you hear like you hours later, you get some post from Kuwait saying Iran hit this or hit this, and it's like, well, when did that happen? And you don't know exactly when it happened. But I know Bahrain, there's been sirens there a bunch in the past day. I mean, 3 minutes ago, 6 hours ago. When else was it? I know I posted about it. 19 hours ago. Then July 18th, July 18th, July 18th, July 17th, July 17th, July 17th. July. It looks like usually about 3 times a day they've had sirens the last few days. But I'll do a check in a second here and just see if there's anything else. Oh, I think there's a new statement from. Hey, we do have a new statement from the Revolutionary Guard about claimed damage in Kuwait. So I just saw this. I just saw this right now. Just got posted a short while ago. Let's take a look at the new statement just about 10 minutes ago. New statement from the Revolutionary Guard in Iran. Look what they say. Announcement number 32. To the people of Kuwait, an American early warning radar system, a hangar for equipment and aircraft parts, and an MQ-9 drone base in Kuwait were targeted. Is this true? I have no idea. Iranian Revolutionary Guard, esteemed people of Kuwait, parts of your Islamic land have been under the military occupation of American infidels for years, and it has been used as a base for the slaughter of Muslims from Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Palestine. 140 days ago, the American military, using these very bases in Kuwait, launched a war against us, which began with the massacre of 168 school children in Minab and the martyrdom of the prominent religious scholar of our time, Imam Khomeini. Is that supposed to be, maybe it's a bad translation. I think they mean Supreme Leader Khamenei. Might be a bad translation. The land of Kuwait should not be a safe haven for a terrorist army that has attacked at least 10 Islamic countries in recent decades and killed millions of Muslims. According to the fatwas of scholars from all Islamic schools of thought, this army is an aggressor against Muslim lands, and its members are considered to be deserving of death. It is the duty of every Muslim, says the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard, to eliminate them by any means possible and cleanse Muslim lands of their presence. We expect you to fulfill this religious duty and restore the honor of Islamic lands. This is what just came out, a press release from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran. They say, our brave fighters in the second wave of Operation Nasser II, with the sacred code of Yankia, peace be upon her, in response to the repeated American transgressions against Iranian soil, completely destroyed an American early warning radar system with a drone strike in Kuwait. Furthermore, in another attack, they targeted a hangar for equipment and aircraft parts and an MQ-9 drone base in the Ali al-Salem base in Kuwait, setting several drones on fire. Again, I cannot confirm this. We expect you, the noble and honorable people of Kuwait, to fulfill your divine duty and not allow the soil of Kuwait to be a source of evil and the slaughter of Muslims. They have been posting messages like this addressed to different countries, but similar tone and similar, like, you should not support the U.S. in your country. You should be opposing them. That was posted on Tasnim State Media, by the way, but it's from the Revolutionary Guard. Pepito thinks the girls that were killed in the strike were betrayed by their own people. 987 ABCDE says 100% kick him out. Anyways, that's the latest statement I saw from them, seeing it posted various places on state media. All right, I was just wrapping up, and we did hear about sirens in Bahrain, but I'm not seeing much updates here, so I'll keep an eye on things when I'm off the air, and if there's some huge development, I can come back on the air. By the way, I was going to thank. Oh, thanks to WTF Craps for being a member. I appreciate that. I was going to thank our YouTube members for being members. Evelyn in Maine, Joseph Say, The Mad Kiwi, Barry, Eric Johnson, Xylee, Crypto King, Chevy Dad. Did I say Eric Johnson? The UNQ80, Miss Link, Marisol Del Valle, Darcy Do That. Thank you, all of you, for being members. And also our other viewers like Hectate and Entropy Serpent and Princess Kidda and Mr. Ocean and Miss Ciara and ER, all of our viewers. I am the Lolris. Also, Benedicta MBA McBride, thanks for watching, and Bebedicta. Ed Scarborough, thanks for watching. And Dolly Clark. Eric Hewling, thanks for watching. Joanne Gradwell. Joanne, thanks for subscribing. Thanks, Joanne, for being a subscriber. And also Desi. Desi says they must get rid of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard for good. Don't kill civilians. All right, we are wrapping this up. Steve God, thanks for watching. My Mind Spray, thanks for watching. Surtech, King Goom. All right, it's our time. Let me do one last check here. And by the way, we never heard more about the whole Bahrain alert thing. You know, we'll have to see what we hear from there. But hours ago, the U.S. State Department, if you didn't see this, issued this alert where they said U.S. State Department, U.S. Embassy in Bahrain said the U.S. Embassy has information to suggest that Iran may seek to target unspecified locations in central Manama, in the capital of Bahrain. We urge all Americans to remain vigilant, follow authorities' instructions, and review the latest guidance from the U.S. Embassy. So, I mean, if Iran were to start attacking, you know, business targets in, for example, or in the center of Bahrain, of Manama, that would be a big deal. Yes, Evelyn says, no, we didn't hear about that. We didn't hear about any if there was a second ship attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know that. So, look, I'll keep an eye on things. Again, the best I can say, I never know when you're going to have a lot of news or no news for a while, but I don't really have updates right now. So I will keep an eye on things. And if there's some huge update, we can just come back on the air and do another stream. All right. So that is it for now. Oh, thank you also to Jacqueline Kiter for watching as well. And Gotcha Rex. And Doug Meeks, thanks for watching too. All right, guys, that is really it. We're wrapping it up. So thank you so much for watching. And again, shout out again to Black Hawk Command. It's very much appreciated. And thanks to all of our moderators. And we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.